Hello, everybody. Hope you're all well. I see there's already 5 of you in here waiting. Cosmic and Indy are I'm sure, getting the links now. I've only just sent them the links. I don't know if they know that we're using what is called the reusable studio, as I mentioned it before, but I sent them a link anyway. The reusable studio means it's the same studio link every week. It's just easier. It's a service that StreamYard uses these days. So how are you all doing? Sending you big love. I see we got Tom Rue in the chat. Namaste, Tom. Hope you are smiling. And Cosmic has arrived. Cosmic is in the building. Namaste. It's an honor to be here with you, all of you guys in the chat, and Cosmic, of course. How are you doing, dear brother?
Doing all right. How are you doing, man?
Man, I'm damn good. My boy's birthday tomorrow. So,
Wow,
you know, like that I think that means I'm the best. Like I think that's what it means. You know, it's like we live vicariously through our children, right?
Right.
And I'm so excited for him. He's got his first tower, right? And I've actually put a bit of a gaming card in for him, but it's not really so much for gaming. He wants to learn to use Sandbox because he wants to learn to write viruses. So he's very into Python coding and stuff. So it's a great way to start your 10th year, you know?
Yeah.
Good. His birthday present is get him. He wants to be an engineer. Yeah, dude. Become a warrior of the future. The future's warriors will be people that can write code. No? How do you disable your phone from being tracked? How do you disable drones? Yeah?
Definitely.
You do with a keyboard. And that's the future that our kids are going to inherit, right? You know, being tracked everywhere they go, everything they do, everything they say. It's already happening now. So you can just imagine the kids are going to have to be warriors. So namaste, Out Tuition. How are you doing? I hope you're good. Hope you're well. So for those of you that don't know Cosmic, I'm sure the guys here know Cosmic. For those of you retrospectively that are going to join us, Cosmic Prankster, he is our local roundtable John D without a crystal ball, because he doesn't need a crystal ball, but he likes crystal balls, right?
And
Cosmic
who doesn't like crystal balls, really?
Yeah, who doesn't like crystal balls? I should get some of my crystal balls out. I just don't want to make people jealous. I've got a collection of crystal balls. Like, when I say a collection, I mean a collection. Yeah, like if I put my crystal balls in a bag and hit someone of them, I'd be done for murder. Like, it's a big bag of crystal balls, but and eggs and then all my crystals. I've got them packed at the moment, and I think this basket is the right time to unveil them. Like, the energy is shifting now. It's powerful. I thought I was going to move house, but now I'm not going to move house. So I've been holding back unpacking them now for months, thinking, well, I'm going to have to pack them up to move house, right? But turns out, like, they're not selling this house yet. So I've got another here by the beach, here in front of the beach. And I love this neighborhood. So, you know, I'm going to stay here for another year. So, yeah, Cosmic is a, what do we call him? He channels, but he doesn't channel in the way that people think about channeling when they think of Bashar and other people that like have their own sort of flavor of channeling that has become so well known and popular. He has a relationship with the Fae for many years, and they have been slipping him, like, you know, under the table information, little bit of secrets here and there. And he's been building a system out of it, a language and a cosmological system, system of cosmogony, I suppose. So, yeah, welcome, dear brother Cosmic. It's, as always, an honor to have you. Say a few words about yourself.
No, thank you for having me. I think the Fae will have a lot to say on this particular topic in regards to the sort of the masculine and feminine sort of dynamic aspect of magic, and how the interplay of those forces are essentially like the creation of the universe, you know, in general. So this would be an interesting topic, man. See how it goes.
Yeah, it is an interesting topic. I was particularly taken by the thumbnail, to be honest. I had so much fun making that thumbnail. because both of those number squares are really fascinating. The Venus number square at the heart of it has got number 25, right? And the Mars number square has got 25 blocks in it. Today's the 25th, psychic number 25. So it seemed appropriate, right? That today would be the tarot is a combination of the minor and major arcana, and the minor and major arcana represent the internal major arcana and the external minor arcana paths. So you could see those as personifications of the masculine lightning bolt, the minor arcana, and the serpent, the feminine serpent, the major arcana. And there happens to be 78 cards. And so when you take the 25 plus 7 makes 32, plus 20 centuries makes 52, plus the 26th year makes 78. So it just had to be the dynamic masculine and feminine that represents the Venus square, the Mars square, the 25 blocks, the 25 in the center of the 49 blocks, which is the Venus block, and the representation of the macrocosm and the microcosm and the internal and the external. And so I think it's going to be a great little discussion. I wonder what's happened to Indy Sage. I just want to check that he did get the thing that I sent him. Just want to be sure, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so he did send me a message. Let me just, yo, brother, sending you big love. Just tap him on the shoulder, give him a big tap, shoulder tap, make sure he knows what's going on. So yeah, where would you like to start? Anywhere particular that you wanted to throw your cards in? I mean, we're going to be looking at things fairly broad. I thought the Hermetic Principle of Gender is probably a good place to root our thoughts on. Obviously, this relates to an expression of the principle of polarity and the Yang-Yin. And so there's going to be numerology involved, and it's going to relate to the enneagram, of course. Then the pentagram and the heptagram would have been things to consider as they represent the Venus and the Mars magic squares. The basic alchemy between the sexual potentials of masculine and feminine, the polarity, and how the polarity shapes energy and how we can use this for transformation. The initiation of Venus, the gateway to mysteries, and Mars being the external vent of transformation is the number 9. Found most significantly in Scorpio, but acted out by Aries. So that's quite a broad field and everything related to that. So anywhere particular that catches your fancy, gets your taste buds tingling, dear Cosmic?
I think I might be interested in just actually talking about the squares, the planetary squares, and because there's some connections in my mind forming based on the concepts. You're muted.
Sorry, I started opening a file bringing operation. But yeah, they are very, very interesting. There definitely is a lot to be considered when we look at the nature of the squares and just exactly how they work. Let's pull up the Venus square to start. And here comes Lady Venus, and she's coming with her art. And the Venus square is like, she makes me dizzy. I don't know. Do you get that dizzy sensation when you look at it? Cosmic?
It's definitely somewhat disorienting, yeah. There's a lot of numbers to look at.
It's not just the numbers. Hey, I went over, hey, you know what? I could use the thumbnail. The thumbnail's got both squares. That might be interesting, yeah?
Yeah, perfect.
Because then we don't have to switch between one square and the other. Although, I don't know, if you people on mobile phones, namaste, Gaz, how you doing? Namaste, Hollowbone Hawk. Namaste, Howard. And I hope you guys are all well. Your summer's ruined. You on holiday? Oh, Gaz, busted leg, man. Bummer, dude. When you say busted, you mean bone broken busted? Man, I hope it heals. Do I have some of that tea here? Hollowbone Hawk will tell you what tea you need to drink. What's it called? The bone knit. It used to be called bone knit tea, wasn't it? Was its slang name? Man, I hope it heals nicely. So yeah, Cosmic. What catches your eye most significantly? Is it the 13 in the center of the Mars square, or the 25 in the center of the Venus square?
You know what? What I'm thinking about is just sort of all of the planetary squares in general, from Saturn to Luna, and just sort of thinking about the actual progression of the fact that you start off with a low number with Saturn. You only have 3 by 3. And then by the time you get to the moon, you have 9 by 9. And what I'm noticing here with both of these squares is like you see a bunch of potentials, right? And that the more feminine planets like the moon and Venus seem to have a high yield of potentialities. There's you think 9 by 9, 81 squares, 49 squares. Whereas you look at something like Saturn, it's only 9. There's only 9, so there's a smaller amount of potential. So what I think about here is that a higher number of squares within a magic square suggests a higher level of fertility, because there's a higher level of potentialities in which that square can manifest, certain things and ideas. So to me, the fact that Venus has so many squares is actually emblematic of its sexual fertility, as opposed to something like Saturn, which is more, kind of desolate and barren.
That's a really good point you're bringing up with the. And isn't it interesting how the more intense masculine elements are further away? So, like Saturn is the furthest away. It's 4 squares, right? Then the one that's the next furthest away is 5 squares, Mars, right? Then the one that's next furthest away is Venus, right? 7 squares. Then the one that's next further, 7 by 7. And then you've got how many squares in the Mercury? 64. And then you've got 81 squares in the moon. So the closer you get to the Earth, the more significant, the higher the number gets. Isn't that interesting?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
It seems that the closer we get to the Earth, the higher the number gets.
Yeah, I was noticing that pattern. That's exactly what I was talking about.
And it seems like all the feminine presences seem to be close to us, except for Mercury. But Mercury isn't feminine or masculine. Mercury's both, isn't it? Mercury's hermaphrodite. Hermes,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hermes, the old image of Hermes is, I always love the old image of Hermes, because it's a dude with breasts. A dude with breasts and a womb and tackle. He's ready to tackle anything. So that's quite a cool concept. Indie brother, are you with us? Is Indie brother with us?
I am with you. Yes, indeed.
Well, big love, dear brother, for those.
But the weather might be inclement here, but if I start to break up, I can go to the library. I'm glad to be here.
For those of you that don't know Indy, he's been doing shadow work. He's been very involved in shadow work operations. He's also a anthropologist. He's a researcher. He's also a philosopher and very much embedded in Hermetics as well as the Tao, especially. He's a nature child as well, so there's a deep shamanic cave there as well. And he's got his fingers in all the pots. He's just a fascinating guy who's lived through all sorts of interesting experiences. It's an honor to have you here with us, dear brother. Tell us a little bit about yourself. And we are looking at the masculine and feminine number squares.
Excellent. I'm here. I'm so glad to be here today. And I have been versed in mysticism and spirituality for decades. I've always been a black sheep when I was young, and I I was somewhat of a heretic as a child. They kind of kicked me out of Sunday school because I had a lot of thoughts of my own, possibly because I've been considered to be an indigo child. And so I have a rebellious nature about me when I hear things that don't feel intuitively right or hold truth. So I've always been driven towards esoteric understandings of things. And I have a deep affinity in my heart for astrology and for all different forms of deeper understanding and modalities of healing. And so I'm excited to talk more about these lovely squares of the various planets and some of the wisdom that they hold. And of course, we'll go into some explorations of Mars and Venus and more things as well. So glad to be here, guys, and I'll let you all get back to it. Sexual alchemy. It's going to be a beautiful discussion.
Yeah, man, it's a sexy topic. That's all I can say. It's the kind of topic that gets a person wet, you know, gets you wet and hard at the same time. Gets you so hard, you get wet. Gets you so wet, you get hard. But that's really what we're talking about, right? The element of information. People often relate the feminine to just emotions, which I don't think people realize what emotions are. Because when I think about water, I think about holding information, holding the space, holding the information. And so we're talking about like the reflection of information, and then the knowledge is bound in her substance, if that makes sense. So we always think of the feminine as being like hot and emotional, right? Because there is a lot of passion in emotion in that moves in conduit with feelings, but feelings are also representative of deeper mental layers. It's a deeper form of thinking, and we don't realize this all the time. We draw these distinctions based upon the conditioning that we've received in our books and what we've been taught. But when you think about it, right, to have a cool, collected mind, right? To have a cool, collected mind is to be watery. To be hot-blooded and passionate is to be fiery. So when you think of emotions have got heat and passion with them, which is an interesting concept. But we've learned to think of emotions as related to the element of water. And I think this is the key that people don't realize, is that the elemental attributions, they both carry the principles of the water with the mind, with the water, with the feeling. So there's an aspect of thinking that is watery. There's an aspect of feeling that is watery, right? There's an aspect of feeling when it's expressed, it's passion, it's hot. When feeling's not expressed, it's impressed, it's cool. When thought is expressed, it's cool and watery. When thought is held in, it becomes hot like a fire. I want you to think about that, right? So what is anxiety? Anxiety is when your mind is overactive, and an overactive mind makes you anxious, creates a lot of fiery energy in your heart. But if you express those thoughts and talk them out, then you get a much more cool, balanced perspective, and you're able to approach the subject with a cool, calm, collected state of mind. So I think like this is an interesting perspective. We think of the elements as having one side to them, but the elements have a dual nature. The element that is taken in and the element that is given out. So when we take fire into ourselves, it's one thing, and when we give fire out, it's another. And so when we look at these components, I think it's very interesting to understand the masculine and feminine alchemy of elemental structure. And this is something that you probably haven't really seen people talking about. But I think it's an important conversation because we can literally temper the experience that an elemental energy has on our systems, right? For example, if we're taking the fire into ourselves, then what are we giving out? Just think of the relativity here. Technically, if I'm taking hot in, then the cool's leaving, right? Because the cool's going out of me. Like if you think of two things, hot and cold, even though they are degrees of the same thing, but if we consider that the idea of if I'm taking all the heat into myself, then what's going to replace the heat that I've taken into myself is going to be something cooler. If I'm expressing all the heat that's within me to get out, then what's going to replace the heat that was inside of me, but what is cooler? And so this is a very interesting way of considering the dual nature of elemental potential in the way that one element can have two different effects on our consciousness. What do you guys think about this as an idea? Moving away from the fixed, like water is this and fire is this, looking at it from an ambivalent perspective. Are you guys with me?
Yeah, I think there's a lot more dimensions that comes with fire and water and stuff like that. I was also noticing something kind of interesting, the fact that you have 25 being the middle of the Venus square, and then you think about the sun square being 5 by 5 and 25 is 5 by 5. So in a sense, it's like the sun square is at the center of the Venus square in the 25 in the middle, in that there's a 5 by 5 within it at the very center. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, and the 13 being in the center of is this the Venus square to the right of it? Or is it this is the sun square over here on the right, actually? Is that what that is?
Is it just me, or is Indy's voice sounding strange, Cosmic?
Yeah, I think he's having some mic issues at the moment.
Okay.
Is that the square on the right?
The Mars square is on the right.
Oh, okay.
And the Venus square is on the left.
The 13 is like the number of Venus, the sacred feminine number of the moon cycles. So I just wanted to mention that as well. It's like a flip. We have the sacred masculine in the center of the Venusian square and the sacred feminine in the center of the Martian square.
Yeah, you know, there's an interesting perspective there. I'm just quickly grabbing a copy. He's doing it, ladies and gentlemen. That's what he's doing. He's grabbing a copy. There we go. Just grabbed myself a copy quickly of the sun square, so we can bring him up there. So you guys can look at now the sun square naturally is the number 6. So there are 36 blocks on the sun square, right? So that there's something quite interesting in what we're looking at here. And the sun and Venus, you made an interesting point there. They've got like a fascinating relationship, right? Because here we're dealing with the number 6, the scale of 6, right? With Venus, we're dealing with a scale of 7. But notice here, 36 plus 5 is 41, plus 33 is 74, 78, 80, 121, right? 6 plus 7 is 13, 32, is that right? 32, 50, 75, 113. So, sorry, 111. Is that 111? Is my maths going all over the show? I heard a bop on the screen. Is that Indy coming back in a Indy has been reborn, ladies and gentlemen. The new improved Indy Sage. Okay, let's get the other one off. And we got the real Indy. Would the real Indy please stand up? Please stand up. Okay, so there's Indy with us now. Yeah, where was I? I was doing a vertical. So 6 plus 7 is 13. 13 plus 19 is 32. 32 is 50 plus 18. That's 75. That's 111. When we run across, it's 36 plus 5 is 41. 74, 78, 80, 111. So we've got 111, 111. When you add up all the lines, isn't that quite interesting when you look at the sun? It's the Trinity. It's the one, the one, the one. 3 ones. It's like a severe master power number 1. Namaste, Chaya. How are you? And namaste, Vincent. And my cherry, how are you doing? I hope you're feeling as sweet as your name suggests, my cherry. Lovely to see you all here. Big love and big blessings to all of you. Oh, Gaz. Gaz. The thing that I was talking about, by the way, is called knitbone. Yeah? I don't know if you saw it. Is Gaz in the house? Gaz. It's called knitbone. And it's comfrey. Do you know comfrey, Gaz? Is Gaz in the house? Shame. Gaz has got a busted leg. If it's your bone, dude. Yeah, comfrey. Just go and look it up, dude. It really helps with the nutrition of your body. And it also reduces swelling. It's really cool. What I do with comfrey is I buy pure comfrey tea bags. This is what I do with it. Then I make myself tea, and I use 2 tea bags to a bag, to a cup. I heat the cup up. I put the 2 tea bags in the cup with hot water. I put a saucer on. I make it really strong. Then with the boiled, after I've made the kettle hot, I take 3 tea bags, 3 or 4 tea bags, and I put them in like a little bowl, and I just pour a tiny bit of hot water over them so that the comfrey tea bags are like stewing a little bit, right? And then what I do is I take the tea bags and I put them straight on to my place, like wherever the injury is. And then you get a long piece of cotton and you wrap it up. You obviously want to use tea bags that don't have bleach. If your tea bags have got bleach, then what you do is you just loosen all the comfrey and just put it into a bowl and make a poultice out of comfrey. Yeah. The best thing you could do with it. Do you drink coffee? Do you have a coffee blender or a blender? Any blender? Just take out the dry comfrey and just blend it while it's dry with a coffee grinder, if you've got a coffee grinder or something like that. And make a poultice out of comfrey herb powder. So you buy pure comfrey tea, open up the tea bags, get the pure comfrey and blend it up to like a powder, make a poultice with warm water and stick it all around like a thick poultice around your knee, and then get a piece of cotton, like an old t-shirt or something that rip it up and just wrap it around your knee. And then you can get a crepe bandage to put over that to like put a bit of pressure on it and keep it in. And you can even take a piece of plastic and put the plastic over the top of that with like a little piece of tape or something. Yeah. And you can sleep with that on, dude. Try it. Seriously, try it. You'll be surprised at how it will alleviate the swelling. But it's also, it's called knit bone because it's what people used to use for broken bones in the olden days before pharmaceuticals was around. So that's literally what its other name is, knit bone, because it helps to knit your bones fast. It's got, what has it got in it? What has it got in it? What nutrient? It's got a high concentration of bones knit from comfrey. Yeah, there's nothing worse than having a bang. It's funny, I fell on my knee last night. So it's got the key constitute in comfrey is called allantoin, right? And the allantoin acts as a cell proliferant, which stimulates the fast growth of connective tissue, right? And that fast growth means that the actual cells will be growing faster around your bone, cartilage, connective tissue. So that involves cartilage, skin, and bone. Just so you know, Comfrey's the bomb, man. It's the bomb. And I know because I've like had sprains and stuff and twisted my leg and had like a massive swollen and put the Comfrey on poultice. It was my girlfriend that got me onto it. Hollowbone Hawk, where are you? It's the muscles. You'll find that it will even help with the ligaments, by the way. Because when I've twisted my ankle and my ankle got swollen up, it's often the combination between ligaments and joint and everything together. But it does reduce the swelling. And so whatever the connections between the tendons and the bones and the tendons and the ligaments and the tendons and the muscles, it will help that whole system to regenerate better. So yeah, try it. You'll be surprised. I fell on my knee last night, which was really funny, just before I was going to do a session with a client. And I went into a session with my knee on fire. Luckily, though, my work involves going into a trance. So I forgot about my sore knee within like 4 minutes of starting the work. And when I was finished with the work, I got up to like go to the loo and I was like, oh, damn, my knee's sore. It was like, I wish I had another booking, man. So yeah, for me, working helps to make my sore places not be sore because I have to go out of my body to work. But yeah, getting back to these this is the solar one, and you'll notice the solar one is quite interesting because of the 111 pattern that we're seeing here. And I also think that, you know, there is quite a strong relationship between Venus and the Sun. Was there something else you wanted to specifically comment on, Cosmic?
Not really, no.
Yeah, you know, I do think that these number squares haven't been given their heyday. They haven't been given enough consideration. And it's interesting when we look at the Mars number square on the right hand side. So you look at the numbers, it's 11 plus 24 is 35 plus 7 is 42 plus 20 is 62, 65. Then you look vertically, it's 19 plus 28, 50, 65, right? And you look across the bottom, 23 is 29, is 45, 47, 57, 61. So you'll notice the lack of coherence, or the seeming lack of coherence in the Mars square. And at the center of the Mars square, you've got the 13. And I think that the lack of coherence in the Mars square is probably something worth considering. You look at the vertical, you know, it's 23 plus 10 is 33. That's 43, 50, 54, 65. So the vertical on the left is 65, 19, 28, 40, 50, 65. Vertical on the right, 65. So the vertical elements, the vertical in the middle, 7 plus 25 is 32, 45, 46, 65. So all the vertical ones are 65. And you look across, 23 plus 6 is 29. That's 48, 50, 65. Am I tripping out here? Okay. 23 plus 6 is 29. Plus 19 is 40, 48. Plus 2 is 50. 65. Okay, it is 65. Yeah. So you'll notice that the 13 in the center makes for like a really interesting pattern, because notice how it goes from 23 to 6, 19 to 2, right? It doesn't seem like there's a coherent pattern here that you can easily follow, right? The 3 to 16, 9 to 22. What's the relationship between 22 and 16 and the relationship between 9 and 3? So 3 times 3 is 9. 3 times 3, so it's a 6. So if you go 16 to 22 is 6. Can you see that? So the coherency isn't obvious. It's a double. It skips. So the relationship between 3 and 9 is important, is relative to the relationship between 16 and 22, right? Which is in itself quite an interesting concept if you think about it. And then 15 sits on its own here. And then we'll see as well when we look across. If we go 11 to 7, that's 4. If we go 24 and 20, that's 4. Then we go 7 to 3, that's 4, right? And the 9 to the 15 is the 6. So you'll see that there is a coherency, but it doesn't seem to be a compounding coherency. Does that make sense the way I'm explaining this, Cosmic guys? What do you guys think? Am I just bobbling on and nobody's following me? Are you guys following me, by the way? People in the chat. And Vince, how you doing, man? I hope you're well. I hope you're good. And Uloma, I hope you're good, man. Hope I said your name right. Uloma. It's a pretty cool name. And by the way, Uloma, you can't see the chat from everybody else. Uloma is all by themselves. Uloma, you're all by yourself. Oh, no, you're not. Nicole is with you. You two guys are on an island all by yourselves. Everybody else is in the other show, by the way. Yeah, I know it's confusing. There are 2 shows on YouTube. One is the vertical show, and one is the let me show you guys. So these are the YouTube comments, and I'll put them on the screen so you guys can see what I mean. Big. Let's make it big, baby. Let's make it tall. I like it tall. There we go. Wide. Wide or tall? Yeah, that's good. So there you can see all the chat. And just because you might be missing the chat, well, I'll leave it on the screen. Then you guys can hopefully all see it on the screen. I don't know what it looks like on phones. My girlfriend says the phone option looks terrible. She doesn't like it, but some people probably do. Maybe it depends on what handset you've got as to how it works. I really don't know what it's like on an Apple. I've never used Apples. I've never liked Apple. I always thought that they were overly, what's the word? I never liked the way the company, the policies, you know. You can only use Apple things in Apple, and to me that was just like, nah, not interested in that. I want something universal, so it works with everything. But so yeah, you know, this relationship that we see here with the numbers is quite interesting. And also, like, if we look at the Venus square, I think it gets a little bit more complicated, right? So you see the 22 and the 16, right? And what do you notice with the 22 and the 16? What do you notice with the 47 and the 41? You notice the intervals of 6. I want you guys to pay attention to this. So we've got the 16 and the 22, interval of 6. The 3 and the 9, interval of 6. The 9 and the 15, interval of 6 on the right-hand side. Then when we look at across on the left, we've got the 22 and the 16, interval of 6. 47 and 41, interval of 6. 10 and 4, interval of 6. 35 and 41, interval of 6. Right? 10 and 16, interval of 6. So you'll notice that the progression and the coherency is moving in intervals of 6 for both the Venus and the Mars squares, which it shows a profound connection between the Venus and the Mars squares. And then when we look at this carefully, we'll see, well, the Venus has got 7 blocks, right? At the center of the Venus square, there's a 25. It's the odd block out. And there happens to be 25 blocks in the Mars square. So you see Venus and Mars, the masculine and feminine, they share some very interesting relationships. And obviously 6 is bringing us back to is bringing us back to the solar square, right? Where we've got 6 blocks here. Now, you might find this interesting as well. You know, when you look at this, you'll notice that the coherency now we're on a whole different trip. So if you look, we've got a 6, we've got a 32, we've got a 3, we've got a 34, right? So if you look at, for example, 6 and 3, right? there's a difference of 3. If you look at 32, 34, there's a difference of 2, right? If you look at 34 and 35, there's a difference of 1. So we've got a 3-2-1 ratio going through here. And all the numbers add up to 1-1-1. And if we go down in the same way, and we look at for example, the difference between 1 and what would we be doing? Well, we would go 30 and 13, 24 and 12, right? 31 and 13. So you see there's a kind of a progression that works forwards and backwards. It's not so easy to spot with the solar wheel. The solar wheel seems to hold a lot of complexity, and obviously the 6 blocks relates to the Merkaba, right? And if we look at the 4 central blocks, because we don't have a central block, we've got 15 and 16, 22 and 21, right? So that's 43 and 31, right? Which is 74. And when we look vertically, we've got 36 and 36. See, that's quite interesting. Which is 6 times 6, right? 6 squared. So the verticals is 36. They're showing us the 16 plus 6 is 22, and the 15 plus 6 is 21. So there's some really interesting nuances that you will see here in the total incoherency of the solar one. But we have some sort of, not an obvious coherency. It's not as obvious with the Saturn square, but there is a sort of a coherency that you can see between these, that they are somehow calibrated with each other. What do you guys think about that sort of similar calibration to each other? Well, I see you guys have been thinking about this a lot.
I feel like there's a lot of connections there. I'm just letting it all soak in. There's so much with the numbers that really ties in, and it feels like there's kind of like a yin and yang kind of thing going on with them, where one thing that's in one is represented as also having its opposite within it, and vice versa. So that's one of the things that I've noticed within it.
I think one of the things I'm noticing is sort of the overall symmetry within the relationships between the numbers. Because I look at the Venus square, for example, you have 25 at the center, which is sort of like, the kind of middle. Then 49, the top, that's 7 times 7, which is 49. Then you have 1, which is the lowest number. So in a lot of ways, you see that the numbered relationships are kind of symmetrical on each of the sides, which to me is like, it's like a fractal of pure information. It's not a fractal that you see visually based on actual space. It's like, it's really just inferred in the information between the numbers. But if you just kind of look at the relationships between the numbers of what are the intervals between each of these number sets, you start to notice a kind of a symmetrical fractal like pattern start to form.
You bring us up into a really interesting discussion there with the 25 at the center, at the heart of the Venus square. And isn't it beautiful? You've got the equivalent of a Saturn square, or of the 9 blocks in the center, which is quite interesting if you really get right down to it, right? Because 25 in the center, and if you go diagonally, 32 plus 18 is 50. 26 plus 24 is 50. 7 plus 43 is 50. 1 plus 49 is 50. So whichever 2 on either side of the 25 you add up, it works out to double the 25. So you're right. That symmetry is just so incredibly perfect, isn't it? That all of those numbers are calibrated to being relevant and equal to 25, right? And then it gets even more interesting. Okay, so let's move outside of that little block. So we were looking at the 9 blocks in the center surrounding the 25. Now let's look at the blocks that surround that, right? So, for example, above the 49 is the 17. Below the 1 is the 33. When you add 17 and 33, what do you get? 50. Okay, we're still bang on. Those two are, when you take those two, they have the average of 25 between them, right? And then if you go, you say the 26, you look diagonally across from the 26, and you say 26 jumping over is 27. If 27 jumps over 26, jumps over 25, jumps over 24, it goes to 23. Once again, 50. And when we look around that square, 39 and 11 adds up to 50. So we see there's 2 squares around. So if you take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so the Mars 5 by 5 blocks with the 25 in the center has the same coherency working. And I want to point out something really interesting, right? Even if you do a weird kind of a loopy jump, let's say you look and you see, well, 39 is exactly opposite to 11, right? Are you guys following me, by the way? Would it be better if I did this? Would it be better if I got the Venus square and actually did it as a, so you could see where my mouse was? I don't know. Maybe that will help, because I don't want to confuse people and have people thinking, gosh, this Bush Whisperer guy is just banging on about some nonsense. Like, very hard to follow what he's saying, because he's just going on and on and on about bloody numbers, and like all we want is for the dude to try and make sense. Come on, Franklin. We know you can do it. We know you can make sense. We're waiting for it. Come on, dude. Just a little bit, try a little bit harder. And I'm like, yeah, I can try harder. I'm sure I can try harder. In fact, I'm ready to try harder. That is my next name. Have you guys seen Idiocracy? Right? In my own version of Idiocracy, my name is Try Harder. Okay. So where are we? We are here. Now, this is the wrong square. Which square do we want? Oh, this is the square. Okay, we're on the right square. Can you guys see my mouse on the screen? Indy?
Yeah, you're
Cosmic,
good.
you can see the mouse. Okay. So just to give you guys a better explanation of what I was trying to say. So the 25 here in the center, if we take this square, which is 24 to 18 to 26 to 32 back to 24, that's a square. 32 and 18, 26 and 24, 7 and 43, they all add up to 50. That means that they are the average of 25, right? The median average of 25. If you add the two together and divide them by 2, you end up at 25. Now, if we go outside of that block and we go from 39 up to 23, from 23 across to 11, from 11 down to 27, and from 27 back to 20 to 39, we have then circumscribed a square around that square of 9 blocks. So we now have a square of 25 blocks, right? And so that square of 25 blocks, when we look at this, we then say, look at 39, and we go through 25 to 11. 39 plus 11 is 50. When we go 27 plus 27 plus 23, 50, right? 17 plus 33, 50, right? And now look how interesting this gets. 18, now we're going in a wonky style. Wonky style through 25, 18 and 42, 50. 2, wonky style through 25, 2 and 48, 50, right? The same wonky style through 25, 42 plus 6, 50. 14, wonky style through 25, 36 and 14, 50. Right. Does it end there? Ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready? And here we go. We're going to circumscribe the outer square now. And this is the full square that goes around the square. Notice we go from 46 plus 4, 50. 28 plus 4, 28 plus 22, 50. 9 plus 41, 50. And now we got the wonky things. We got 9 plus 41, 50. Wonky, 40, wonky plus 10, 50. 34 wonky plus 16, 50. 38 wonky plus 12, 50. 20 wonky plus 30, 50. And it gets better. 5 wonky, right? Plus 45, 50. 21 wonky across 25. 21 plus 29, 50. So whichever way you go, they all add up to 50, the two numbers. And those two numbers, when added together, if you take two numbers and you say, what's the average? You add them together and you divide them by 2, you end up with 25. So there's some kind of a mean. Am I right, Cosmic? That's the mean, not the median. Am I right?
I forget what the difference is.
But you guys know what I mean.
I think the median is like the middle of the number, so it's like the exact half.
And the mean is when you add them and then divide them, huh?
Yeah, I think the average.
Yeah. It's the mean. Because the median is, if you've got 10 numbers, you just pick the number in the middle line. Yeah. So it's the mean. So the mean of all of these numbers add up to exactly 25. Isn't that incredible? And the whole bloody block is structured like this. So you can see when they designed this block, what they did. They started with a 25, right? And then they went 1 and 45, right? And then they went 7 and 43, right? And then they must have gone 24. No, then they must have gone 18 and 32. Then they must have gone 24 and 26, right? And then they must have gone 27, right? And I'm just guessing, but like they must have built the number square around it, like row by row, row by row, row by row, creating a mystic pattern where the mean of everything adds back up to 25. And that number 25 is like, it's quite an interesting number if you get right down to it, right? Because it's a quarter of 100, right? It's 5 times 5, right? So you've got 5 fingers on each limb, and you've got 5 holes in the front of your face, right? You also have 5 main organs, right, on your face. You've got a set of eyes, a set of ears, right, a mouth and a nose. Even though your nostrils are separate, they're sort of encapsulated in a single thing. So you could see the head is representing the number 5 and each of the limbs representing the number 5. And 5 is the number of Mercury. So Mercury and the sun are very closely aligned. And when we look at Mars, now Mars is like, wow, when we look at Mars, it's so simple, isn't it? It's like after all of that mental arithmetic, it's like, oh. So what have we got? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 across. Isn't that quite cool, huh? So there's definitely a different structure that they're starting with as a premise, it seems like.
Also some similar patterns too, because notice how it's like it's the same median with the 13, and then you have the 25, which is the top, and it also is the one below the center, just like in the Venus square. So in a lot of ways, what's interesting is figuring out where the patterns are actually similar in both squares, because it seems to be like there's like definitely like a symmetry. Like if you think about the Saturn square, the Venus square, it was sort of like 13 and 8, 25. It was like a relationship between 7, and here it's 13, 8, and 8. That's a relationship of 5 across going that particular diagonal. So in a lot of ways the numbers are different, but you start to recognize that there's actually kind of a similar pattern in all of them, especially like particularly the odd numbered ones. I don't know about the even numbered ones.
Yeah, those become quite difficult. Which was the one that we just broke down now with the 25? That was the Venus. And the sun, oh my gosh. The sun is a whole drama. You cannot drink my cocoa. No. I've got to go and put you into bed. Yes, I know I've got to put you into bed. Daddy's got to put you into bed. Okay. He said, Daddy's going to put you into bed now. Okay. I got to go and put my little baby into bed. Otherwise, he's going to start drinking my cocoa. But you're right, Cosmic, very interesting relationship. Like the relationship with the Mars one is 13 and 26, isn't it? Like you said, 12 plus 14, 26, 8 plus 18, 26, 25 plus 1, 26, 5 plus 21, 26, and 26 and 13. 26 divided by 2, 13 is the mean, right? And then you go the same. 7 plus 19, 26. 3 plus 23, 26. 15 plus 11, 26. And let's go double wonky. 24 plus 2, 26. 6 plus 20, 26. 4 plus 22, 26. 16 plus 10, 26. 17 plus 9, 26. Whichever way you run it, however wonky you want to go, every single number on this thing that goes via the number 13 in the middle has the mean average of 26 divided by 2, which is 13 at the center of the map. So you're right about the odd numbers having they're not obviously directly coherent, but there's definitely a coherency there. And the interesting thing is with the coherency in the Saturn square, it's a little bit different because everything's adding up to 15. But when we add up the numbers outside of the 15, we end up with 10, right? As you guys remember this, I'll bring up the Saturn square just for the sake of being thorough, right? Just for the sake of being thorough. He did that just to be thorough? Really? That was the only reason he did that, to be thorough? That's bloody hilarious, it is. Okay, so Saturn. Let's get Saturn. That will have to do. And so with the Saturn square, I mean, it's after looking at these squares, the Saturn square looks like a children's game, doesn't it? But imagine Cosmic. Imagine how much we pull out of the Saturn square, right? Imagine what we're going to pull out of these other squares. Like when you start to really look at them, like if you look at a Saturn square enough, you pull a lot out of the Saturn square. But there's something about the simplicity of the Saturn square that makes it so accessible. So we've got the same pattern, haven't we? 8 and 2, 10. 5 is the mean. 6 and 4, 10. 5 is the mean. 3 and 7, 10. 5 is the mean, right? And so that's quite sort of that's quite interesting, I think. I think there's definitely something there to notice that it's the same pattern. And you're right, Cosmic. I never actually thought about it. That it's only the odd ones that have this obvious pattern. Although I think there are similar patterns in the even numbers. I just think that they involve a little bit of more, how can I say, a little more arithmetic. Yeah. Or maybe a lot more arithmetic. In fact, let's bring these two together side by side. The ladies and gentlemen. So what do you guys think that this is like sort of trying to suggest so far about masculine and feminine energy, Mars and Venus?
Well, I don't know about you, but I feel like it would make, for me, I've always associated like odd and even numbers as being masculine and feminine, so that the fact that these are both kind of odd numbered squares is kind of throwing me for a loop a little bit.
I feel like they're showing basically that there is an element of both within each, but that each has its respective place and is able to connect with the other through its subtle aspect within of its opposite. And so I also feel like there's somewhat of a element of more complexity with the feminine virtues, whereas the masculine virtues are more simplistic and more reduced to like smaller amounts of numerological complexity. So there's like kind of a sense where the female is like taking a leadership role in these numbers, where it's got like more deeper aspects, more complexity in itself, whereas the males kind of have like a more straightforward kind of I would say there's like an aspect of directness with the males, whereas there's more of an indirectness with the females that's represented by this. His indirectness is more deeper and mysterious, whereas directness is more straightforward and simplistic.
But it is quite interesting, like you know, that we've always thought of odd and even representing masculine and feminine. And like I think that, you know, I think like the points that have been made are like, I think there's like a lot to consider here, because I've always thought of all numerations as being masculine, and non-numerations as being feminine. So to me, like, feminine doesn't really represent number. Feminine represents the space in which numbers exist. What do you guys think about that as a concept?
Yeah, I like that. And I also like the idea of looking at the water and the fire in a paradoxical nature as well. So, like, we see things in ways that we wouldn't necessarily expect. But I feel like there was possibly like a flipping of associations with things, a lot like how there was this flipping of associations with colors between boys and girls. In like the 20s through the 40s, boys were represented by pink and women by blue, pink being a lesser red, and red being associated with the masculine, blood and aggression. So I feel like now we see things completely the opposite. And in a lot of ways, it might have been that through obfuscation, things used to have been represented in a way in which women were the fire and the men were water, in the sense that they took a leadership role and had a fierceness about them that's been tamed in modern day society, where the patriarchal regime has taken power and pushed women into submissive role. And previously the men took more of an element of water, where they were able to be flexible and take on the shape of the container where they were put in by their female leaders in the syzygies of power that they had. They served a role as protectors and as servants. And so now we have a flipping of the script, and the things have been shifted. So we can see where the odd and even numbers have been flipped as well in that sense. And in Chinese numerology, the odd numbers are considered to be more balanced, with the more triune aspect in the center. And then the poles are on each side, but it has a center balance that holds them in place to be well balanced. Whereas the even numbers have no center, and so they're not integrated. So there's that aspect of that, and then the associations with the male and female accordingly.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was kind of like referring to, why I think these numbers are masculine and feminine, because when you look at an odd numbered square versus an even numbered square, one of the things you notice about the odd numbered square is that there's a definite center square that you can clearly identify with when it's like, you know, like a 5x5 grid. But if it's a 4x4, then you can't mark any one of those individual squares as being the center. And I think that kind of changes the dynamic as to how the kind of the relationship between the numbers, because with a lot of these odd numbers ones, there's a definite sort of fulcrum center point with them, whereas the even numbers don't necessarily have that median point at the direct center. And I can think about, like, you know, masculine having that sort of like direct sort of like center point being kind of like the sperm or whatever. And then you think about the egg as essentially being an even numbered square, and you think of it because it has no center point, it then kind of comes like a like a shell that sort of forms around the empty space, and then the even numbered square kind of has that sort of dynamic to it. So that's kind of like one of the reasons why I think there's that kind of that male female dynamic between sort of the masculine and feminine numbers, because in a lot of ways, when you have a center versus not having a center, that kind of changes the sort of the energetic relationship of how the sort of the system expresses itself.
I thought this was a good time as well to look at this for a moment. It's not really, we're not really going off topic here. We're not really going off topic, because in order to understand these principles, we want to look at the other number squares as well, don't we? So let's crank up a little bit of the Jupiterian flair, ladies and gentlemen. And for our next exhibition, we shall be exhibiting Jupiter. And Jupiter has 4 blocks, 16 blocks, and there isn't a center. And so it seems like coherency is lost, right? But what have we got here? We've got 1 plus 3 across the top, right? Then we got 13 plus 3 across. So 13 and 16, 1 and 4, right? Which is an interesting perspective. Now we've got, looking vertically, we've got the relationship between 5 and 9, which is 4. The relationship between 8 and 12, which is 4. The relationship between 6 and 10, which is 4. 11 and 7, which is 4, right? So we've got 4 and 14, right? Holding an interesting space. And we've got 15 and 1 holding an interesting space, which seems incoherent, right? But when we look at the relationship between 4 and 1, right, and 16 and 2 and 13 and 3, right, there is something quite interesting happening here, right? Because we've got 15 and 1 is 16, 14 and 4 is 18, 16 plus 2 is 18, 3 plus 13 is 16. So we're seeing a relationship numerologically of addition across the top and the bottom. We don't have that mean average thing going on, but we have a lot of other really interesting dynamics working here, right? And when we go the 4 and the 9, that's 13. The 1 and the 2, 12 is 13, right? Then we go the 13 and the 8 is 21. The 16 and the 5 is 21. What's the relationship between 21 and 13? The relationship between 21 and 13, well, when you add them together, you get 33. I'm like, okay. And when you separate 21 from 13, you end up with 8, right? Now, if we go and concentrate on the middle, right, we got 17 and we got 17 if we add them diagonally, right? But if vertically we add them, we've got 16 and 18. We're back to that 16-18 relationship here. And on the outside, if we go 13 and 4 is 17, 16 plus 1 is 17. Okay, 8 plus 9 is 17, 5 plus 12 is 17, 3 plus 14, 17, 2 plus 15, 17. So what's the relation? Look at the 4 squares in the middle. They make 7 and 10, 17, 11 and 6, 17. So we have an inverse relationship happening here. It's the same thing, it's just inverted. Instead of you having one number, you've got 2 numbers, right? And you've got 2 numbers in the center, which adds up to 17. And you've got 2 numbers on the outside that adds up to 17. So both of those 2 numbers are 17 and 17. Instead of having the mean 50% ratio, because it's a 2-to-1 ratio, we got a 2-to-2 ratio that is exactly equal. And it gets interesting when we start looking from the other side.
When we look at the 12 and the 5, we've got 17 as well. The 8 and the 9, we've got 17. So we whichever way we roll around this, we end up at the same point, 17. But when we say going across, we end up with a different story. So we have a different ratio running across when we take them line by line, in the same way that we have a different ratio running vertically when we run them down. But they still have that same kind of coherency. Does it? Are you guys following me? Does that make sense to you when I say it's inverted?
Were you supposed to pull up the Jupiter square? Because I don't see it on the screen.
Thank you for waiting. I did click it, but it didn't move. It's this darn thing. I clicked it to add to the screen, and normally it just does it, but actually, because I'm using a thing here, so okay, gosh. So let me quickly reiterate. So you can see my mouse on the screen now, right? It's very strange because now I've got a mouse and not a circle. So the 7 and the 10, 17, 11 and 6, 17, 1 and 6, 17, 13 and 14, 17, 9 and 8, 17, 5 and 12, 17, 15 and 2, 17, 3 and 14, 17, 11, 6, 17, 10, 7, 17. So there is an interesting notion. And when we look across, we go 7 and 6 is 13, 11 and 10 is 21. Now we're going 33 when we add up the 4 blocks. So we're working in diagonally on a scale of 17, right? But when we go across, we end up with 33. And when we go 16 plus 10, 6 plus 10 is 16, and 7 plus 11 is 18. Vertically, we end up with a scale up, 34. So 34 and 33 are like 33 is the mystic aspect of 34. So vertically, we've got something very different happening, right? The 1 and the 8 is the 9, right? And the 1 and the 12 is 11. The 13 and the 8 is 5. Right? So there's a deficit of 6 here. And if we go with the 16 and the 9 is 20, the 16 and the 5 is 21, and the 9 on the 4 is the 13. We've got a deficit of 7, right? So you see that relationship there. The 9 and the 25, right? Sorry, the 21 and the 13, right? So we've got a very interesting relationship working here, which is from one to the other, is from the 33 to the 34, and is from the 7 to the 8. So it's an ascending order across the pattern. But when we look at it in terms of the circular alignment, it works out exactly the same as the odd squares. Does that make sense to you? When you look at the 17 and the 17, the two diagonals. So we have a diagonal coherency that works exactly the same as the others, but we just have to take into account all 4 in the middle.
I'm actually noticing kind of an inverted dynamic here, because if you think about the number 8, which is the median, instead of being at the center of the square, it's actually on the edge of the square, just like the 16 and the 1, usually the highest number and the lowest number are also towards the center of the square. But in the even number, now they're the total opposite edges of the square. So I think that's kind of interesting that there's a sort of an inversion happens that when you switch from inverted to odd and even.
Exactly. It's like it's exactly that. That's what I'm seeing as well. It's like it's inside out. But the same patterns are there. They're just not that obvious, and which is interesting. And the Jupiter square is like quite an easy one to see it on. If we go with the oh gosh, are you guys ready to get dizzy? Because this is where it gets mean. Okay, and please, we're not even going to look at the lunar square right now, because that will people be saying like they needed a bucket for the show. I was like, what did you need a bucket for? Guess, buddy. We got dizzy. I don't want to make people dizzy that they start like, calling for buckets, and then they start nicknaming this the bucket show. The bucket show, yeah, it's the bucket show. Why is it called the bucket show? Well, you need a bucket when you watch the show. So let's see if we've got it. Let me just this time check. Have we got the square on the screen? Yes, we do. Okay, guys. Are you guys ready? I'm like, this is taking my breath away. So 64 squares. We've got a chessboard here, ladies and gentlemen. We are looking at the Illuminati squares. This is the square they use. They use the square of Mercury. And once again, let's hit it. 37 plus 28, 50, 65. 36 plus 29, 65. 22 plus 43, 65. 19 plus 47, 65. 9 plus hold on. 9 plus 56, 65. 63 plus 2, 65. 3 plus 62, 65. 5 plus 60, 65. 6 plus 59, 65. 7 plus 58, 65. 57 plus 8, 65. 41 plus 24, 65. 16 plus 49, 65. Now, everything works in a 65 perimeter. And that is based upon the 29 plus the 36, 65. The 37 plus the 28, 65. Now here we get back to the other. This is where Mercury gets you dizzy, ladies and gentlemen. But Mercury is unique. Look at it. So here we get 50, 66. Ladies and gentlemen, vertically we got 66. What do we got vertically here? 36. We got 64. Ladies and gentlemen, 64 as a couple plus 66 as a couple divided by 2 is, and wait for it, the mean 65. So we've got that mean relationship working in the addition of the two vertical ones. Let's try it like this. 22 plus 46 is 68. 43 plus 19. Hold a moment. Have I done something wrong? Let me get my bearings. 47 plus 23 and 18 and 42. Is that right? Gosh, I'm getting so confused now. So 47 plus 23 becomes 69. Right, sorry. 69. No, 47 and 23, forgive me, becomes 70. So 47 plus 23 becomes 70, right? And we move across. 18 plus 50 becomes 68. So this is where Mercury starts to like kick your chops in a little bit. We've really got to like put on our thinking caps to understand what on earth is going on with the vertical scale. But all the other numbers are working in the same sort of that central square, the 29 plus 36, which is that 65, and the 37 plus the 28, which is that 65, and then the 19 plus the 46, which is 65, and the 43 plus the 22, which is 65, and the 34 plus the 39, which is Hold on. Sorry, the 34 plus the 31. Got to get it right. We're going wonky. The 34 plus the 31, which is 65, and the 18 plus the 20, the 18 plus the 47, which is 65. The 55 plus the 10, which is 65, and the 50 plus the 15, which is 65, and the 8 plus the 57, which is 65, and the 64 plus the 1, which is 65. So those 65s work out in accordance with the 4 squares in the middle. So you see the same pattern here that we can see in the Jupiter one, but once again, the vertical and the horizontal patterns get very, very confusing. Like they want to make you dizzy. And am I right, Cosmic? Do you see that same inversion thing happening here?
I also kind of noticed an interesting pattern in the corners of the lower left corners, that 8 is the square root of 64. And that seems to be the same dynamic with some of the other even numbers, like with Sol with 36 and 6, and Jupiter 16 and 4. So there's that square root aspect of it that I find kind of interesting.
Yeah, man. There are going to be so many patterns here. But you're totally right, you know.
I think what I'm kind of interested in is like what are the applications of these patterns? What do we use them for? I kind of want to like explore maybe a little bit of that.
Well, you know, the Mercury square is for exploring the relationships of manifestation. And these are the I Ching. So you could use this square and the numbers as an I Ching system, right? And this also happens to represent the 64 angels. So you could draw sigils, right? You could use a square to draw a sigil. If you map out particular relationships between the numbers and what they represent, knowing that these are the 64 angels, right? And we're not talking about the archangels and the premium, the ruler of them. We're talking about the 64 angelic, not the archangelic, and not including the Metatron. So when we look at the allocations of these blocks, we could use these to calculate numerical patterns, and from those numerical patterns we could calculate names. Does that make sense, Cosmic?
Yeah, I'm kind of, I guess I'm familiar with that with my Western esotericism days, but I never really used the squares that much. But yeah, I like the whole idea of drawing sigils and stuff like that based on those numbers. But I don't know, I guess I'm trying to think of like, use my imagination to think of other applications for these squares and like what they could mean.
Understanding the numbers, right? So the numbers represent sounds as well. So if we start to break down the numbers, we could be breaking down words that relate to numerical potencies and qualities. And relationships between one number and another number is a relationship between one word and another word, right? Or pattern of letters with another pattern of letters. And then within the relationships between the patterns of the numbers in relationship to each other, we can understand patterns of relationships between groups of words with other groups of words. So we could be building vast tables of correspondence using these number charts, I think. And those vast tables of correspondence could involve what plants are good for what use magically, what how to create a spell. Yeah. The words to use. And then, like you say, the sigil. So I think like they're those. And then there's the decoding the structure of the 64 vector equilibrium. We're in a state of 64 vector equilibrium, right? That's how many vectors it takes within a sphere to balance all of the vectors so that we have what is called vector equilibrium. That's a mathematical thing. It's one of my favorite things to draw. When you draw a Star of David, which isn't exactly a hexagram, but we call it a hexagram. It's not a true hexagram, but it's two triangles up and down. And then on each triangle, you draw another miniature little triangle, breaking that triangle into little hexagrams. And you make 6 hexagrams around. And then you can expand that outwards, and you can make each of those other little triangles become a smaller hexagram, and you build what looks like a snowflake fractal structure geometrically. I always used to doodle this, used to love doodling this, playing with the 64 in this way and building it up from the root number 6. And so I think like Mercury is giving us an insight for how to manipulate the solar energy. And manipulating the solar energy obviously is like, obviously is the key to working with life force and to changing the structure, of something, which is essentially what we're talking about when we're talking about, reorganizing prana, if you will. And yeah, we see this very interesting, sign as well, which is what is this? Is this the Mercury we're looking at? Or is this the Sun square? I get so confused. The Sun square is the 6 blocks, isn't it?
Yeah.
So here's the Sun square. Sorry, I've mislabeled the squares there, and it said Sun, and I looked and I was like, that's not the Sun, dude. Come on. Yeah, with the program. There we go. We got the solar square there in front of us. So here we can see the 6 principles, right? And so now we're dealing with the ratio of 6 and 36. And this is really the energy that we're restructuring. I wonder what would happen if we add up all of these numbers. I mean, well, I suppose it's easy to do. What is the sum of all numbers adding 1 to 36 together? Now, I don't know if I'm going to trust Google. We're going to have to take this with a pinch of salt, ladies and gentlemen. According to Google, it's 666. If there are any people in the chat that are feeling brave and courageous and love calculators, please confirm this for me. What do you think about that, Cosmic?
It's interesting, man.
Yeah, man. Google could be having us on like, nah. I'm actually going to go and do this homework for myself when I'm not on the show, because it might bore the hell out of people. Well, maybe not. Bloody hell, how brave do I feel? Okay, let's do it. 1 + 3, 31, 55, 68, 70, 80, 111, 113, 139, 156, 179, 187, 192, 222, 256, 268, 270, 285, 306, 315, 319, 352, 362, 384, 390, 400, 427, 430, 462, 473, 487, 507, 536, 541, 547, 554, 573, 580, 91, 600 and I might have made a mistake, but it seems like it's pretty damn close to 666. So I'm gonna say that Google doesn't seem like they're having us on exactly. That is very, very, very interesting. Hey? Bloody hell. How did I never know that? The significance of the first 36 numbers of 1 to 36, all adding up to 666. Prime numbers. Are they going to tell us about prime numbers? So what do they say? The fact that the numbers 1 through 36 add up to 606 means that 606 is a triangular number. Specifically, the 36 triangular number, meaning that 666 dots can form a neat equilateral triangle. This exact sum is also why the standard roulette wheel, holy fuck, we're learning something here. The roulette wheel, which contains numbers 1 through 36, total 666, inspiring old folklore that the game was invented by the devil. Did you guys know that? Wow. Okay, so the roulette table, the roulette wheel, is a circular sun square. Like, holy crap. This is blowing my mind, man, ladies and gentlemen. My mind's going pop.
The other one is the interesting one is the connection between tarot and poker that Jodorowsky pointed out, because Kabbalistically, there's 26 is the number of God, 78 is the number of cards in a tarot deck, 78 minus 26 is 52, which is the number of cards of standard player. So Jodorowsky thought that basically poker is tarot without God because it's minus 26.
Very interesting, eh? Yeah, you know that 666 number, it also comes up with the Saturn square, doesn't it? It really comes up in style. I mean, it comes up, baby, look what came up, you know? And when we look at the 666 number, when we look at the actual sigil, right? The sigil in the center, where do we pull 666 out of the Saturn square? My brain is just so wired now towards all these other numbers. Numbers are swimming through my brain. I'm going to have to take a break from the number blocks because it's like I can smell the smoke coming out of my ears. That little arithmetic journey I just took, I've been lazy. I have not been doing my arithmetic exercises in years, and I really should be. We should keep our brain sharp. We should be able to add and subtract and multiply and divide numbers nice and quickly. It shows mental agility, and these exercises of mental agility are like really good for us. So when we look at the Saturn square, what do we get here? We get the triangles, right? So when you add up the 6 and the 5 and the 4, you end up with 6 plus 5 is 11, plus 4 is 15, which is 6. When you add up the 1 plus the 2, which is 3, plus 3, it is 6. When you add up the 9 plus the 8, which is 17, plus the 7, which is 24, it is 6. So the yellow is 6, the green is 6, and the blue is 6 numerologically. So the Saturn sigil is working out the 666 of the sun's numerological full matrix, and it's pulling that solar matrix out of the Saturn numbers. which is the enneagram, which is quite interesting if we start to look at what the Saturn sigil represents. And then that Saturn was the ruler of the crops in ancient times, right? So Saturn was essentially the ruler of reaping and sowing of corn and of rye and of the grain that we would eat. And the 666 is the power behind the sun. And if 666 is the power behind the sun, then when you put a Saturn sigil, you're aligning Saturn's energy with the sun. That is to harness the maximum amount of sunlight for the crops to get the maximum amount of yield so that you've got more food. It's quite an interesting concept. If you see, like, can you see how the Saturn sigil would have been used for that? Cosmic?
Yeah, I think so.
They would have traced it like imagine you actually grew crops in the shape of a Saturn sigil on the ground. Are you with me? So imagine you went and plowed, instead of taking a field and plowing a whole field like a grid, like modern farmers do. Imagine you dug out a Saturn sigil shape so that from the sun's perspective, it's looking at a Saturn sigil, and you made that sort of energetic grid on the ground and planted all of your grain in that energetic grid. And then around that Saturn sigil, right, you planted other kinds of vegetation that could, for example, there are certain kinds of things that if you plant them in the ground, they will increase the nitrogen of the soil. So there could have been a powerful mystical notion of knowledge, of understanding that those 9 energies of the Saturn square represent the blocks, and that they would take a grid of Saturn, let's say, right, on a square, and each Saturn grid, they could plant crops. And if you were to plant your grain along the sigil lines, if you make a bigger thing, and then in the other blocks plant the correct plants, you might not need to even put anything in the soil to feed your plants. Does that make sense to you? Because you could plant things that are going to die. You could plant things that are likely not to last the winter, and they die and they become part of the soil. Does that make sense? And so that could be potassium in the soil. And then you could plant other things that increase the nitrogen. Like there's lots of small plants that you can plant that will actually increase the nitrogen in the soil. So that you don't have to come and put nitrogen and potassium and all the minerals into the soil, because the things that are growing would be having an exchange with the microbes, and the microbes would then be eating up the bodies of those plants that are being taken back into the soil, especially for a crop like a long growing crop like corn, for example, that would grow through different seasons, or potatoes, or even trees and orchids. I think like there's something quite interesting in like looking at the way this works. And I bet you that the ancients would have been able to decode the enneagram and know that this would have been planetary. They would have to use the correct planetary plants in a particular pattern to increase the yield of the particular plant that they want to grow. What do you guys think about that as a concept, as a use for number squares, for example?
What was the question about with the potato?
Well, I was just looking at, like, imagine you were to grow grids. If you were to take your farming land and you would turn them into grids of Saturn square, and you would grow particular crops along Saturn square, right? And like, for example, what plants create nitrogen? What plants?
Red clover.
create? Yeah, clover is an example. In soil. So clover is an example. So, for example, flowers and shrubs, lupines, wisteria, Scotch broom, acacia, tagaste, black alder, right? Alfalfa, hairy vetch, cowpeas, peas, beans, fava beans, soya beans, peanuts, right? So you could grow your corn in sigils of Saturn or your wheat, and then you could grow those other plants in the other gaps of the blocks. Does that make sense to you? If you took a patch of field, so that you would then be getting a full nutrition from one block of ground. Each block would have alfalfa, those beans, ground nuts, corn, wheat, whatever you growing in these patterns. And then those other ones that we mentioned would, for example, create the increase of nitrogen in the soil that would help to improve the nitrogen requirements for something like corn. Is corn very hungry for nitrogen? I'm guessing it is, yeah? Is very nitrogen hungry. I bet you it is. Because it does a lot of
Yeah, all phosphorus, potassium, and nitrogen.
Yeah. Corn is notoriously heavy feeder that requires more nitrogen than almost any other nutrient. So if you were going to grow corn in a biodynamic way and you didn't want to have to mess with the soil, you would structure your farming in such a way as to put plants around your corn that produce nitrogen for the corn, right or wrong. Just as an example. And so like I think we're onto something here, you know. Cosmic, your question really made me really got me thinking. Now, we've been banging on about number squares for a long time. Is there more you guys want to say about the number squares, or shall we start moving into the narrative of the masculine feminine divide?
I think we're ready to go to the next part.
Yeah, because we don't want to give people a headache. Like, oh gosh, everybody's left. There's only 12 people watching. Sorry, people. Like people are like, shit, we didn't sign up for this, dude. Like, what the hell? Like, we didn't come here to get migraines and headaches. So where would you guys like to go next? What would be the next discussion?
Well, I was thinking about talking about tantric practices, the sacred union of the male and the female, to extend longevity and to unify with the subtle aspects of each other opposing gender within. Two separate things, the tantric thing and then
fire away, brother. Throw it on the table.
So there's actually been a situation where the Cuero Indians from the Andes recently came back out from the deep forest where they had been hidden away for hundreds of years when they knew the conquistadors were going to arrive in the Americas before they arrived here. And they prophesied their arrival and went to go retreat to safety in the deep forest. They only just came out in the late 50s, I believe, and they have with them ancient tantric practices in which they can create what's called parthenogenesis, virgin mothers, where they could allow a virgin woman to self-conceive their own child through tantric practices. What they basically do is very similar to traditional Chinese medicine tantric practices for males, where you basically cycle back in the sacred fluids of the sexual fluids. So for women, those fluids are involved in their cycle to be able to hold a womb that's fertile for an egg to grow and become a child. It's thought that if they can not lose that fluid, but then cycle that fluid back and then use their heart space, to be able to generate a creative force and move that creative force into the womb that they can then impregnate themselves. Now, I've seen similar practices done in traditional Chinese medicine with the males cycling back their sacred fluids. And then what men are able to do is they can then use the heart field to generate like a magnetic spark or electromagnetic frequency spark of electricity from the heart field. And if they can move that energy into the sacral chakra or the solar plexus or somewhere around the belly button area, they can then electrically charge people or like shock somebody or like start a light bulb or like do things like that. So there's a generative force that has to do with those energies being cycled back and utilizing the heart field. But it has a lot to do with like the prana and the chi, be able to use those life force energies that come from the heavens that we can harness from the heavens, maybe from the sun, maybe from the stars, maybe from many different celestial orbs above, maybe something even greater, maybe something to do with harnessing some of the energy from the Earth's magnetosphere. It's not really been determined what the life energy is and where it comes from particularly, but it's been done traditionally for thousands of years in the Vedic system and probably in the Quero Indians' deeper understanding as well. But basically, in the practices of alchemy, it's been whistleblown that the actual secret recipe of alchemy is a move to create immortality through europhagia by consuming a purified white salt crystal made from one's urine by bringing it through 7 different stages of collecting and purifying. So there's like some interesting things that happen there, but the thing is that the two tantric practices were divided. There was one in China for the men. There was one for the women that has survived to modern day from South America. And together, that means that if people were able to retrieve those lost ancient arts and practices, that men and women could both become able to live for maybe like 10 times longer than our current life expectancy. We could become able to live to like 1,000 years old. And women would be able to impregnate themselves without needing men, which I think in the community of people that are kind of growing away from what is called the binary or cis traditional values, people might see value in that. Although I personally value traditional values of being able to create the sacred union of the male and the female to be able to conceive a child. But a lot of people have been actually talking about how they can now make a child grow after being conceived in an artificial womb. But to me, this kind of stuff is just probably a distraction because there's so much stuff coming back about the tantric wisdom and the things that we can achieve with it, that they want to kind of mystify us with this high technology to take the place of the powers that we could use that are within to the powers of technology that can fascinate us and allow like miraculous things to happen when the mother might not be capable of being able to carry the child all the way to the stage of birth and might not be able to procure a surrogate mother. But I also feel like there's a lot of power in the relationship between men and women in their relations to be able to conceive a child and to raise a family, which could be considered like 2 different things. And I feel like the men are more driven towards creating the child, whereas the women are more driven towards making it a connected family that's there, that's able to be integrated in a sense that people can be relied upon to be able to participate and contribute in the family values of being able to provide a certain thing. And traditionally, like, the men were known to have been the breadwinners that would go out and do all the hard work and bring back the fruits of their labor to support the mother and the child who are kind of more centered in the home. But now with the women's suffrage movement and women's rights movement, we have women that are actually able to not necessarily be locked in the home for their whole lives, and now are not caged and are able to go out and have equal responsibilities to a man, which I feel like in some way they've kind of lost their ability to be like the princess of the palace and do whatever they want to do recreationally and have like friends come over and engage in different cottage industries, which I think really should be where everyone's going. But instead of everyone moving back towards being self-sufficient in the home, to have cottage industries and have a barter trade society where we create everything we need at home, our food, our services and products that we make personally out of our own gifts of intuition and creativity that can then be shared with and traded with the community. I feel like that would be the ultimate shift for humanity right now, to move away from the slave mentality of occupation, working for a master that's not part of the family, returning back to living with maybe the extended family and creating a service or a product or means of sustenance to be able to create produce to share with the community and trade. But I feel like we've been driven away from that in the sense where things have been flipped on their head. And maybe it's an obfuscation trying to draw women out into like the slave world instead of allowing men to be drawn back into the cottage industry life, where we can be more centered in our farm or our home or our workshop, where we're making things happen, where we're using our gifts and our skills as an artisan or a craftsman to be able to create unique things that are priceless and irreplaceable. Like, now they want to do things in a factory where everybody can have the same thing because they all want the same thing, and that way we don't have to fight over it or take it from each other. We can just get the same things. But I mean, after a while, this kind of thing becomes like, things become valueless. Like, if you could always just get something again if it breaks, then it's like people don't really see the value in it as much because it's replaceable. But in the way that like things would become more unique when they're handmade in a cottage industry environment, there are some detriments to it where like you have to be able to like allow that thing to pass when it goes and it stops working or it loses its luster. You have to allow that thing to pass on and not be gravitating towards wanting to go back to the past or having regret of how it broke or was lost or stolen. You have to allow things to come and go, which I think could really help people gravitate towards Buddhist ideals of uh, attachment being the root of all suffering. And I feel like ultimately, like, my values idealistically are that nobody owns anything, that everything is supposed to be shared by us, that the idea of ownership and personal wealth is like really something that draws us away from equality in an egalitarian society where we're all equal, have equal value or worth and capabilities. So
I
we've
don't
seen
know
how,
about that, man. Because I think you have to think that property and ownership doesn't just mean like stuff and objects. It also means your personal boundaries, your personal thing. I think it's important to have ownership over things because that in a lot of ways, gives you the incentive to kind of take care of and value your own stuff. And I don't know. I feel like it's kind of like when you go down that path of like, everything is equal and it's like nobody owns anything. But usually happens that turns into communism. And usually what happens is it usually just ends up with the same dynamic of a lot of poor people and a few rich people that own everything. Because I've been thinking lately that I feel like in the spiritual community, we're always told that like, oh, being selfish is bad and having your own boundaries is bad. And you need to be some messiah that just gives all of your stuff to everyone all the time. and just completely neglect your own personal self because that's evil and wrong. And I'm like, no, I don't think owning things is necessarily a bad thing. I think that really, when it comes down to what makes people evil, in the world, I think it's not really like that, because whether you own things or not, like that doesn't really determine whether or not you're a good person. I think it really has more to do with how we relate to other individuals and recognizing other people as being distinct from us, like,
Yeah, I feel like this is my own personal value, and I don't want to ever think that anybody's trying to be imposed upon by my own exploration of values in my personal subjective life and ideals.
and
Because
that's the thing
it's
too.
experiment to me. Like I want to,
Mhm.
like you're saying, like work through the issues that it would create, because we're very familiar with the issues of property ownership. We're very familiar with that and all of the ins and outs that leads to. How many people have ever even tried to speculate about how a society would operate and what the detriments would be and the values could be when we lived in an idealistic state in which nobody could own or did own anything? And right off the top of your head, once you start to consider that, you would start to realize probably the fact that a lot of people that create these products feel like they have a right to be able to obtain them and to be able to use them more so than others who are using them without creating anything in return. So ultimately, it comes down to kind of the question of, should we allow people to get fish that don't know how to fish? Because ultimately, to me, it leads to a barter trade society as the ultimate like end all like harmonic state of this existence. And people that don't know how to fish should not be allowed to have the other fish from other people that caught them. You should be able to have something that you were caught for yourself that you can trade for the other fish that people had caught. And so ultimately, it leads to an obligation for us to not necessarily share things as much as it does to be able to teach people how to fish and create something for themselves. So it's kind of a community-based reach where we're trying to look out for those people that don't really have an understanding of what their passions are, what their vocation would be, and what kind of product or service that they could provide to the society. Now, when you have people that aren't able to get on board with that, those people become a burden in your society. And that's always been a situation in communes where we have very productive people and then we have very lazy people. And in the ants species, this has proliferated to a point where only 3% of the ants do all the work. 97% of ants are confused and don't do anything productive. So it could be said that in a human society, this is also the case. And it could make sense why things have become like they have, because maybe 3% of the people are generating all the wealth and the products and services. And then the 97% are the slave labor people that go into the process of following the steps to be able to distribute and manage those processes, those products and services. So it's just interesting exploration for. I don't want that to be something that takes over on the world. But as far as communism goes, communism has never been achieved. The word communism has used a lot like the word democracy has been used. It's never been achieved or attempted. It's always been a fascist regime under a misnomer of false communism or false democracy. There's been aspects of it involved, like a half-truth, like, oh, but everybody's working. But is everybody receiving all of the income and sharing it equally? Is there no leader? Is there an equality of purpose and role where nobody is able to dominate over anyone else financially, emotionally, or any other way, authoritatively, especially? Because in
I think it really boils down to extremes, because put the communism topic aside, because I think this can apply to like right-wing fascism too, just the very concept of idealism. And I think the reason that I push back on idealism a lot is because I've noticed that, especially within cultures, that idealism creates a sort of visceral resentment when that ideal society isn't fulfilled, because you'll have some idea like you want to live in this ideal perfect society, but then the danger is people getting violent and angry and aggressive when that society, when that utopia isn't manifest, when that dream isn't coming true. Because I feel like a lot of the problem with communism is it takes that resentment and it takes that anger towards society, and it intentionally kind of pushes it onto the people in order to create the necessary, revolutionary energy. I mean, that's the one reason that Marxism was so interested in abolishing God and religion, was because Karl Marx basically thought that, if people had religion and a God comforting them, they wouldn't look at society and realize the contradictions and how the workers are being exploited, because they think, oh, God is going to come and take care of everything. So they thought, we need to get rid of God so that people will get angry and upset about how they live in the world and how unfair their condition is. So that way they'll go into the street and pick up pitches and throw Molotov cocktails, et cetera, et cetera. But, the right-wing faction does this too. It has its own version of it with sort of like, fascism and like, immigrants and like wanting to live in like a pure society where it's like, it's the total opposite. And I think that's kind of the thing about idealism, is that we look at the world and we don't really just accept it as it is and all of its sort of flaws and misgivings. And idealism is like having this concept of what you want the world to be and then forcing it onto it against its will. And I just think that a lot of ways, instead of like trying to figure out like, how to fix the world and how to make it some kind of perfect utopia, I really don't even feel like we even understand what the world is and how it works. And so to me, it's like, I know how people can get very attached to these ideas of living in a world where, things are peaceful and, people are kind to each other and, everything is great and stuff. But my fear is that we also need to be patient with the world that we live in and sort of accept sort of the flaws and the misgivings that exist within it. Because my fear is that when we're not patient with the world and it doesn't turn into the utopia that we want it to, that it can lead people into a place of sort of like violence and civil unrest and, people fighting each other and turning against each other. Because I see a lot of that in the world these days. It's just all these different political factions and stuff, dividing people, this race against that race. And to bring it back to the concept of sexuality and gender, I've never really been in favor of the concept of a patriarchy or a matriarchy. I want to live in a world where men and women get along and understand each other. And there isn't this sense that one sex is supposed to dominate the other sex. Because I was thinking about this the other day, whether it comes to the kind of the women that say, all men are evil and they're kind of like the, the radical feminist types. And then you have the men that are, all women are evil and they're kind of like womanizing Andrew Tate type bastards. The thing that both these men and women have in common is a fear of being vulnerable, a fear of being flawed and imperfect. And because that's the thing I noticed with both of them. So in a lot of ways, when you look at the toxicity of men and the toxicity of women in our culture, you have to kind of put the gender and sex thing aside and recognize that they're both kind of infected by the same poison. This fear of being sort of like, in a lot of ways, these women, they don't want to be vulnerable, and men don't want to be vulnerable. They want to be, I got to be hard and I got to be tough and I got to, prove that I'm the dominant, sex. I'm the dominant gender. But I think this whole, one sex conquering the other sex is it's just stupid, because to me, the universe is about having both of these dynamics, at play. And the idea that one conquers the other is just absurd to me.
You guys are opening an interesting discussion, and this is actually very interesting because it relates to the discussion that was going on in the group. What is it? What's the group called? Shamanic Philosophy. Oh, I got it in my pockets. I'm sitting here. I'm wearing shorts, by the way, people. This is like a novelty. I'm wearing shorts. Come on. Round of applause, people, please. The man without pants is wearing pants. That's one for the books. It feels very weird to do a podcast wearing pants. Like I feel like something's wrong. Oh, yeah, I'm wearing pants. Very weird. But anyway, so I'm wearing pants for a podcast. So it's like,
Yeah, you can podcast wearing pants. I didn't know it was possible. I thought you had to not wear pants when you did a podcast because it would feel like all self-conscious, like, oh no, I'm wearing pants, you know? So there's a juxtaposition of vulnerability. It's a pleasure, guys. It's an absolute pleasure. I love sharing. But I think like this conversation that we're having is quite relevant to the conversation you guys were having in the shamanic philosophy group. I think it was that group. There's 2 groups. And that group, if you guys are interested, anybody who's watching, interested in finding, you go into Telegram and it goes Bush Whisperer Zone. So it's just an @ sign, at Bush Whisperer Zone. I think that's what it is. Or you type into the thing shamanic philosophy. I think that's what it is. But anyway, there it is. You guys can see it. It should be up there. And you guys were having a lovely conversation. It was about that word that I don't like. I don't like the word oneness because it's bad English. And I do not appreciate bad English. I do not approve of English being abused in such a fashion. There is no such word as oneness. What's this oneness? Ness. You can't just add ness onto any word like, lemonade-ness. Orange-ness. You know, the ness has got to be a quality. Sadness. Happiness. Angerness. You don't need to add angerness in, but I suppose from a grammatical perspective that could work. Playfulness. One is not a human quality. Oh, that human quality of one. What's that human quality of one? No, I'm sorry, it's bad English. It's barbaric abuse of the English language, and it makes me feel like, ooh, that upsets my tummy. So when I think of what people are using the word oneness, I think of unity. To me, that's like, okay, that's a correct word. One represents unity, represents the unification. Then we have scales of unification versus the scales of multiplicity. So the multiplicity is the expansiveness and the expanding outwards into differentiation. The unity is the opposite of expanding out into differentiation, but contracting inwards towards a centrally shared hub. If you will, and I'm going to show you guys what I mean, because a picture speaks louder than 1,000 words. This is one of the voices that I hear on my son's school, so please forgive me. I just love that dude's voice. It's an Indian guy with an Indian voice that they use in his school thing. So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the real enneagram. We're not talking about that fake psyop one. We're talking about the ancient one. I didn't invent it. I just perfected it. I'm obviously taking a bit of tongue in cheek, but there's something to what I'm saying. So if you look at the enneagram here, right, you have the numerations on the outside, and the expansion towards the periphery of the sphere, the circle, is where all these spheres meet. And those spheres represent differentiation of numerical proportions. And so you've got 1 sphere, 2 sphere, 3 spheres, 4 spheres, 5, 6, 8, 9 spheres. And then each of those spheres have different relationships between the spheres, right? And those relationships are expressed by the numerological associations between one sphere and another sphere. So if you think of it as 9 spheres superimposed. Now, that is differentiation, the principle of expansion and differentiation. Then there is another principle, and the principle is towards contraction. So the one is an expansive and the one is a contractive. The contractions principle goes towards the center. The center is the proverbial eye of the storm, right? And the eye of the storm is also where the expansion happens from. So the eye is expanding out towards differentiation, and the differentiation is contracting inward towards unity, right? So I think of the masculine principle as representing the differentiation, right? And the differentiation is moving outwards towards the manifestation of the ego and the persona. I see the contraction in the internal moving towards the unified identity, the unity that is shared. And I want to point something out to you people, and this is a different way of looking at things. Solipsism. I am so tired of hearing everybody vomit. Rah! And I'm like, where's my bucket? Nobody gave me a bucket. They're all vomiting. Like, why don't I get given a bucket as well? Because if people are going to vomit, everyone should get a turn, right? And so now's my turn. And we have been told that solipsism, let me find the Google idea of the definition of solipsism, so I can read it to you as it's basically been read by all the YouTube shorts and TikTokers and everything, because they've Googled it and that's where they've learned about it. Let's face it. So solipsism is the philosophical idea that only your own mind is sure to exist. It claims you cannot prove the outside world, objects, or other people have a real independent conscious life. Everything you see, hear, and touch might just be product of your own thoughts. I don't think that is the full definition of solipsism.
Basically, that would make everybody an NPC except for you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. So I think that we've been fed a mouthful of shit.
Well, this was a thought experiment of Rene Descartes to create that idea initially, but it's grown from there.
And, schism grew from which Greek ancient discipline? Because this is an idea that I think has got to do with it's got to do with an idea of looking at the world from a unified perspective, right? So, yeah, the philosophical skepticism and sophism, right? And so we're talking about pre-Socrates, sophist Gorgias. That's like BC, 400 to 300 BC type of time.
Yeah,
and so this is where the idea of solipsism comes from. And the philosopher said that nothing really exists. That if anything exists, if anything exists, it can't really be known, right? And if it can't be known, it can't be expressed, it can't be encapsulated by the mind, it can't be put into context, right? Because the whole experience of existence is a conscious experience, which is relying upon the precepts of two things: animism, right? Everything is a soul, but that at the fundamental root, that soul is unified. And that there is also not anthropomorphism, where there is thought behind matter. What do we call that, Cosmic? My brain is freezing up.
Like animism or panpsychism or whatever.
Panpsychism. Yeah, it's like a combined principle of animism and panpsychism, but put into the context of a unified potential, so that we are all part of the same matrix. and that consciousness is the conduit. And this is an old idea that is present in the Vedic cosmologies as well. In fact, it's an old idea that's present in shamanic perspective when we talk about dream time. It's fundamental to the original first religious ideas, the original first concepts of humanity and what is the nature of reality. And the whole idea of Maya, right, is an expression of this. Then somebody took this idea and they expanded it into what they call solipsism, and they took that as a thought experiment, but they fell short, right? They fell short and they fell on their head. Where, the ideas of solipsism, and I haven't studied this guy's work on solipsism, but I bet you when we do study it, it's going to be a lot more in depth than these simple definitions that everybody's quoting. I might actually go and take a look at the guy's work at some point just to see.
Arts experiment to develop Cartesian sophism, Cartesian solipsism, basically suggests that it's the only thing that he could know without the understanding that there is a God, basically the premise that there is a God was the only thing that allowed him to step away from the idea of drawing to the conclusion of solipsism, because he decided that the only thing that we can know for certain, because this was a task that the queen gave him to figure out, the only thing that he could figure out that we can know for certain is that life might be a dream or a nightmare that is being controlled by an evil deceiver that is giving us these thoughts and this experience. And so to be able to get away from that conclusion that things could just be the product of an evil deceiver, and that it could only be one mind imagining the other minds of others in the imagination as a distraction. She said, what can you know if you take the premise that there is a God that is loving and understanding? And then from that, he was able to proceed to a more beautiful conclusion. But without that premise, he was stuck in the solipsistic state of nature being the only thing that can be known with certainty. But I think,
well,
he was
I think
that conclusion.
I just want to go back to the original point of the solipsism, that our understanding of solipsism as defined as that is very narrow, because people want to put it to Descartes, and they want to put it to all these modern thinkers who have tried to reinterpret the original ideas of solipsism. And the original solipsism came from Gorgias. But Gorgias had a much more in-depth idea of what solipsism is. And then they took some simplified piece of that and defined the entire solipsism on that one piece. Imagine that your philosophy is that once in a while, eating something that's a bit poisonous is good for you because it tests your immune system. But your whole philosophy is that you eat raw food and you eat lots of fruit and that you get lots of sunshine. And then someone comes and says, yeah, but that guy's whole philosophy is just to eat poison. That's all it's about, just eating poison. Yeah, sure. Part of the philosophy is about eating poison. Let's just skip everything else and just focus on that, because it's what we want to focus on. We're very good at it in the West, and define everything about just eating poison so that we can now knock holes in this ideology, because it's all about eating poison, when actually he specifically said that eating poison is a very small part of a bigger picture. And when you understand that in the context of the bigger picture, it isn't the same as the misunderstanding that came later when somebody just wanted to characterize that guy as talking about eating poison. I'm using this as a metaphor, but to show what I think is happening here. And my gut says to me, and it's very strong, and I tend to trust my gut implicitly, that the idea of solipsism is and we don't even realize that it doesn't necessarily just start with the ancient Greek, right? Let me show you what I mean. Let me show you what I mean, ladies and gentlemen.
The sophist agenda was always to be able to overcome arguments, particularly in a court setting, in a political setting, by making the person that is of lesser stature or lesser power always lose the argument by using rhetoric to your advantage to make the other person look like a fool. So it was all very toxic in nature from the beginning. Basically, the agenda of the sophists was to gain power through rhetoric by confusing people and turning their words against them.
But how do we know that?
Because they became the Senate and the government and the lawyers and what they've become today, which actually initially began as people would always just go to an elder and have the elder counsel them how to find resolution for conflict in a peaceful and loving and understanding way. Eventually, it became a system that people have to participate in, where there was elected officials and all the nonsense that we have now. So it's all
Right.
a money and a racket, and it's become lost.
So should we blame the idea of Jesus for what Christianity became?
Absolutely not. We have to look back to the roots and find the greatness in those roots that has been lost and try to revive that, I would think.
So in the same way, was the ideas of solipsism twisted by a group of politicians that wanted to use that to their advantage? In the same way that the Gospels were twisted by a group of evil people that wanted to use it in their own advantage way. And they could have used any philosophical system to do that. And it just so happened that that was the system which was predominant that they were able to tap into. And they shaped and reshaped those ideas by using propaganda to brainwash people into looking at it from a particular perspective.
Okay,
but
so
their perspective was not necessarily the original perspective. Do you see where I'm coming from?
I just want to make one clarification, because I know we're talking. So, what is your definition of solipsism that is distinct from the Google standard definition? Because I don't know if I really understand your position of what solipsism is. Just to so what is the proper understanding is what I'm asking.
Well, I'm first want to look at what is this concept and who defined these concepts. And basically what Indy says is right. It was a group of politicians that took some old guy's work and used it for their own means and used it for their own and shaped a whole base of knowledge based upon that. But when we go back to his writings, probably is going to be a lot more complicated. But then I'm pointing out something else here, right? There's a guy in China that had the same ideas, Zhuangzi, Master Zhuang. And the idea of his butterfly dream, the parable of the butterfly dream, was the idea of him dreaming that he was a butterfly. And when he woke up, he questioned whether he was a man who dreamt that he was a butterfly or a butterfly upon waking that was now dreaming he was a man. And the realization was the fluid nature of reality and identity, right? And these ideas are the core ideas of solipsism. Like if you break it down without all the shit covering it, that the nature of reality itself is very relative. And within the relativity of the nature of reality, right, there cannot be any definitive truths. And the only definitive truth that there is within the nature of reality is life. And that life is in a constant state of change and evolution. So nothing can be known as a fact, because the moment it is known, it has transformed and changed and evolved. So is he a butterfly dreaming he's a man, or is he a man dreaming he's a butterfly? It depends on perspective and timing. When are you looking at it? When, before the dream, during the dream, after the dream? And so it also ties into the Vedic ideas of Maya, which postulates that the nature of reality is a dream and that it's not real in as much as it's real, in as much as that it's a process of consciousness that we're experiencing retrospectively. And the retrospective experience of this process of reality, which is fundamentally a dream, gets re-experienced as a dream, which is basically the ideas behind the root core ideas of shamanism. So we're noticing this correlation between all cultures that goes into this idea. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is because it's relating to this discussion about masculine and feminine, where masculine is an expansive potential that moves towards creating separation, moves towards numerations, moves towards differentiation, right? Moves towards ownership. Okay, because this conversation is going back to what you and Indy were talking about in the beginning. And I'm going to try and draw the circle here for everybody. So we're talking about ownership and the right to ownership and individuality, as opposed to the other side of the coin. And that expansiveness is also related to the concept of materialism, because materialism goes hand in hand with differentiation, with ownership, with the differentiation of me from you, from him, from her, and I am me, you are you, this is mine, that's yours, drawing boundaries. And the endless drawing of boundaries is a reflection of the numerations expanding outwards. The feminine perspective is that everything is essentially an expression of a central perspective, which is a unified experience that we all share. And that unifying experience that we all share bonds us to each other. So qualities like empathy would be considered a feminine quality, because empathy takes us back to that unified experience where we are not separate, where we can feel each other's feelings and relate as if we were each other, recognizing that within me there's a version of you, and within you there's a version of me, and that they are a version of us, and us is a version of them, and that them and you and me and us and them are all expressions of the fundamental self, and that the fundamental self at its deepest core is a unified being, and we are all different expressions of this one unified state of being. That would be the idea of the feminine principle going inward. Then the masculine principle of going outward differentiates material, and this material from that material, from this material, from that principle, from that idea, from that being, from this state, to that person, that entity, that possession, this possession. So we've got these two opposing potentials and opposing forces. And I postulate that the expressive experiential expansion, which is materialistic in its nature because it defines the nature of material, is masculine, and that the internal one, which is at the core and the heart of the enneagram, right, where there is no number, where there are no numerations, is the fundamental substrate, what people like to call the word void, the unshaped matter, the womb of creation. And within that womb of creations, we are all expressions of the same aspect of one being, which is the core of who we are. And so within all of us, there is this dichotomy, a part of us that we share, that we are all connected in, and a part of us that we are all differentiated by. And some people get lost in moving too far into differentiation and become materialistically oriented with their philosophies based on materialism. And some people move too far into the unified field without maintaining their grounded feet on the ground idea, and get so lost in the unified potential that they lose track of the potential of individuality and what it represents. And you were having this conversation with someone in the group, Cosmic, which was a great conversation you guys were having. I wanted to respond to it, but it was late, and I figured I'll get to it today. But I was with my girlfriend, and and then my boy, it's his birthday tomorrow. We were hanging out and spending time together and stuff before the last show, so I didn't have time. But I think it's somehow instrumental to why this conversation is happening here. And interesting thing is my girlfriend had a dream last night related to the ideas that we're discussing here in a very subtle way, but very beautiful. And I never told her what I was going to do the show about, because I didn't know when I said goodnight to her. So like, we're synchronized on one telepathic highway, and we were giggling about that. Like, oh, that's interesting. You're having that dream. Have you seen what the show is about? Because I only figured out the show late after she went to sleep. So, it's interesting how all these things fit together, and the synergy of these two principles, which are seemingly opposite, Now, solipsism, I would say, is the ideology and philosophy related to the internalization of the experience, where the recognition that everything comes from one base substance, and that one base substance is the sub total of all apparent substances. For the monad truly is divided in the duad, which is truly restructured by the triad, which becomes the quartet and the pentat, and all of the different numerations are expanding, and they are all just different versions of the monad expressing different levels of differentiation, where the monad becomes the first point of differentiation. And
Yeah,
before the
that's like,
monad, there is no differentiation. But the point that I want to make here with solipsism is I think that the ideas that we've been given about solipsism are later ideas that have been based upon the political systems and how the political systems took the work of particular ideas of solipsism and took a particular slant and focused on that and gave that to us. So now when we say the word solipsism, we're using it to define they got to own the narrative. Where I think if we were to dive deeper and really look at this idea and this concept right across all cultures, we're going to find that it's going to be a slightly different way of looking at the reality. And it's not going to be as black and white defined as what we are being
I can
sold
bring
it
this
to.
to the side. If you want to go deeper with this and bring it back to its roots, where it's got like glorious, like sanctimonious roots of like integration that have been kind of tricked away and brought into separation, used as a divide and conquer strategy. It comes from originally the Vedic wisdom of Brahma's dream. The idea that all of the separations of different individuals in the Maya as avatars are part of a dream. It's part of the illusion that we're separate and that we don't have and share the same primordial source mind together in our higher consciousness. The idea goes is that we are actually all Brahma as an infant or as a fetus, actually, in the womb of Kali, having a dream. And this dream has created the Maya, or the illusion that we're in a world, that we're all separate people. But in truth, we're all Brahma imagining himself to be all these different people interacting with each other. But ultimately, he is just having this dream of the illusion so that he can be prepared when he's born to be able to understand how people correlate with each other and how to become harmonic and how to become integrative with those people instead of ending up in conflict. And so it's ultimately it's like a thought exploration for the baby Brahma, trying to basically like work out. And in the dream, actually, the story goes that the dream began in perfect harmony, where there was no word for good or love because everything was good and love. But ultimately, that system broke down and became progressively into more of a nightmare, where things became more and more divided and conflicting, to which point it ended up destroying itself. And he woke up from the nightmare in the womb realizing, oh, it was all just a dream. And what can I learn from this dream? How can I make sure that I don't fall into the mistakes that I made in this thought experiment that I had brought myself through, so that I can make sure I maintain the harmonic vibrations of love and light in everything and every being that I'm amidst. And so basically, it was, the purpose of it was for first to see the value of love without having an analysis of it, then seeing the loss of love and understanding how to sway the potentiality towards that away from becoming a reality. So basically, the idea of this dream of the initial solipsism in Vedic wisdom is that it's a way in which we can start to value the harmonic and sanctimonious aspects of love and light of the individual, and of the way for the individual to interact with others in such a way that will resolve conflicts, that will lead towards progression into harmony. And it was used by Rene Descartes and by the sophists to take away the connection that it had to us all sharing the primordial source mind at higher consciousness, and then being drawn out to each individual might be the only mind by themselves, and that there's no connection to anything else. Any one person could be the only real mind. And that's what they came to a conclusion of by losing the premise of the story. That each person could be the only person that's not an NPC. That everybody else could be a part of their imagination. That there's only one mind that can be proven to be real, and it's always one's own mind, which is like total self-absorption and self-centeredness, which is the antithesis of what the actual ideation was supposed to represent, that there is no self that's separate, that everyone else is part of ourselves. And that's the conclusion that you come to through shadow work. And Jungian shadow work, you start to realize that by blaming and judging other people, you're giving your power away, because you really want to work on yourself before you even look towards others with disdain and judge and blame them and project your problems onto them. So through overcoming projection and developing self-forgiveness and self-love, you can then see others with forgiveness and love that you have for yourself. And in a lot of ways, that's like stepping back into the original sanctimonious root of solipsism, where you're seeing that everything is one, and that we're all part of the self is exhibited by others, and we can see ourselves in others, and that our self is not our only individual self and body and mind, but our self is the higher spirit consciousness of all creation, experiencing itself in a body. But there's many bodies in which it's experiencing itself from. But ultimately, we all have the same heart and mind and soul. We share it, but we're just on different sides of the perspective. So
when it comes to Franklin, you were talking about earlier how there's these two different definitions. There's the kind of the Western sort of standard definition of solipsism that we were taught, and then you kind of contrasted it with the more traditional sort of Vedic sort of mystical understanding of solipsism. And to be honest, I really don't see much of a difference between these two concepts when I think about them conceptually, because I can understand why people would think there's a difference, because if you think about sort of the standard model of solipsism, that the self or the individual sort of becomes the center of the universe. Whereas the other model is more like there's you individually, your individual self is not the center of the universe, but there's some kind of unified field source mind at the center of it, that you're sort of this kind of peripheral attachment to that, but you're actually sort of the nexus that sort of comes to the center of the thing. But ultimately, my thought is that, okay, maybe that being is basically, it's this, it's an individual. It's not an individual souled being with an individual ego, but ultimately it's still, from its perspective, a solipsist, in that it is the oneness, and there is nothing outside of that oneness consciousness. So to me, I still see that as ultimately solipsism, just in like the Zarfexological sense of just that the fact that whatever oneness you define the universe in, that becomes a kind of singular bubble of sort of conscious experience perception. And their whole model, the Fae that they teach me, is that sort of the conception of reality is created by the eternal lovers Zith and O, and that essentially it's a sort of a convergence of masculine and feminine forces that always existed. And that kind of changes the narrative too, because the Hermetic Atman narrative is that, there is this oneness, and it's forever sort of taking a knife and splitting itself, chopping it up in half, and turning itself into smaller and smaller pieces and dividing itself. But if you look at it as a two-ness instead of a oneness, then the narrative is that the universe is multiplying, and then that creates a different spin. So instead of a oneness that's breaking down into smaller forms, it is a two-ness that procreates and multiplies more forms from itself. So it actually it's a sense of multiplication rather than the division. And I think that's a kind of a different way to sort of look at the manifestation of existence, and that's basically the perspective that I hold.
I love that.
I just want to respond to what you said before, Indy.
And I want to respond to, so I don't want to lose that because we're going to go further away. And I just want to point something out. But before I point it out, I just want to say that I think that either is like what I think that Rudolf Steiner was quite correct. And his concept of Luciferianism and Ahrimanism is the idea that we're talking about here, right? And these two are the manifestations of these two different perspectives. The one perspective becomes Luciferian, that's the individual. And the other perspective becomes Ahrimanism, and that's the unified, right? But the Ahrimanism comes from the walking the path towards the individual from the unified and carrying the unified out to the individual and individuals. And the Luciferian path walks from the individual moving towards the unified and carrying the individual into the unified. And so both are polluted. So this is the balance. But just coming back, so I think that when we look at a toric field, there is a central point within the toric field, which is like the event horizon, right? And on either side of that event horizon, something is happening, right? But creation isn't what happens on the right side of the event horizon, and creation isn't what happens on the left side of the event horizon. Creation is the combination of what is happening on the internal and external event horizon. So you cannot deny one. You cannot deny the individual, and you cannot deny the unified unity, because they are two expressions of the same thing, but from a different lens. And that lens is the central point through which everything manifests. So my point is, it's about the balance between the two. And I want to point out what you said earlier, Indy. You were talking about solipsism, and then you were talking about seeing it from the perspective of one's own mind. No. One doesn't have an own mind in the concept of solipsism in its true pure form. There isn't an own mind. There just is a universal mind. So true Buddhism is going towards solipsism if you really think about it, right? That the ego doesn't exist, that the personality doesn't exist, right? That the I doesn't exist, because when you go deep into the core, everything is just a unified field. However, that unified field doesn't exist on its own. That's only half of the story, because that unified field only exists as a conduit through which the multiplicity can come into being. So the multiplicity is coming into being as a result, and the unified field is the cause and the result of the multiplicity. So they are like yang and yin wrapped up in each other. You cannot have the one without the other. So when you look at the personal self, and Cosmic, you also, what was the word you said, Cosmic? You said yourself is the center of the universe. That contradicts the whole idea of what we're talking about here. We're talking about not yourself. You see, the moment your comes into the conversation, or my comes into the conversation, we are no longer talking about that concept. We are now talking about differentiation. From a pure philosophical perspective, universal self is not myself. Universal self is not yourself. Universal self is not their self. However, myself, yourself, their self are all expressions of universal self, but in an individualized paradigm. And the individualized paradigm, which is an expression of universal self, as myself, yourself, his self, themselves, are all as real and as valid as the universal self. But the whole experience of universal self and individual self, that's all part of a dream. And so were you the butterfly? Were you the man? The idea is, the reason butterfly is taken because butterfly is going right back to core nature, where there isn't any idea of self. as a symbol. If you think about what butterfly represents a constant transformation. So who we think is ourself doesn't exist. You don't have a self, because the moment you find yourself, it's changed to a different self. So there's this constant changing. We think like, this is myself, but this myself is a whole billion trillion different versions of a self, all in a state of constant flux and transformation, and the same for every other self. So on one hand, I think like, and this comes back to what you guys were talking about earlier about property, and I wanted to bring it back to that before we move on, right? So what does property represent? Property represents individual. Individual represents individual rights, right? What does no property represent? No property represents that there is a universal presence. No property represents a solipsistic idea driving it. The individual represents a materialistic. So I would use the two polarities of solips versus materialist, because that's really what we're talking about here. We're talking about the toric field in its like core form, expressing material on one side and impressing the field of thought from the other side. And so what we think of as our individual selves on some level is not separate at all. But what we think of as being not separate at all is very much separated in the reality of materialism. And because we're living in materialism, we cannot deny individuality, because to deny individuality is to not be grounded. And then our feet aren't on the ground. Though when we are with our feet on the ground, that is Araman. And when we are dipping our beak, where the individual self is diving into the universal self to leave its individuality behind through a process of individuation, that is the Luciferian path. So I see them as like two fishes swimming in two different directions. And I think Pisces is very relevant for this idea, because the ram, look at the symbol of the ram. The ram is like two curve. So what is the symbol of Aries? We see it as an animal. I'm going to say, let's look at the ram, ram Aries symbol. I want to show you guys something that might be interesting to look at here. It might give you guys like a
that downward facing V is like the symbol of my practitioner training.
Is that so? Eh? Cool, man.
Yeah.
So look at this symbol. What I see when I look at this, right, is I see two crescents that are joining. But notice that there are phi. It's like a straight line coming into a crescent, and it's almost expressing the idea of phi that's going towards a spiral, right? But the spiral, you'll see the same motif on pillars in ancient Greek building structures. They put these motifs of spirals that go in opposite directions, relates to the sign of Pisces. But look at Aries, the first sign. It's got the two spirals, but they are part of one thing. And then when we look at Pisces, right, now it gets interesting. Pisces symbol. When we look at Pisces, we're going to see that there's something very similar happening here, but different. And this is what I'm really focusing on here. Like, so what do we see here? We see the idea of two crescents, and they are joined by a line. But the line that joins the two crescents represents the separation between them, that they need to be joined because they're separate, as opposed to the two crescents being part of one line. So here we have the unity, right? The unified number 9. Which one on the enneagram? Number 9 crosses the divide, the center of the no space womb, divine feminine, right? Ruling Mars. And Who rules Pisces? Jupiter. What does Jupiter represent? Expansion. Wow, isn't that interesting? So we've got the principle of 9, that is that principle of completion, which is crossing the event horizon back in to the no space where there is just total unity, to emerge once again back towards the differentiation. And with Pisces, we've got the idea representing in fairly clear form that the two crescents are now separate, but there is a balance and a polarity between the two separate crescents. So I would say that the 2 feet represents individuality, but as it's expressed from the divine center of unity, and that the Aries represents the unity as it's expressed from the purpose of materialism and differentiation, moving back inwards. So Aries is moving back inwards and Pisces is moving outwards, expanding. So these two symbols then could be seen as a reflective concept that holds some kind of a mathematical geometric reflection of the centripetal and centrifugal potentials of a toric field, which I think is quite interesting to consider, because then we are taking this out of the conceptual philosophical realm into a something more concrete way of looking at it, a picture, which I think is probably one of the most important things we'll see in nature, which is that spiral shape of like a toric field. And we see that in mollusks. We see it in the shells that we find in the ocean. In fact, the conch. Why was the conch taken out of the ocean and used for all religious rituals in the old time? Isn't that interesting? Because the conch represents this toric field. And the conch thus is the symbol that ties together Aries to Pisces in a full line. And Aries, representing Mars, is the finality and the transformation, moving towards crossing the event horizon. Scorpio, the card of death and transformation. And Pisces, which is the card of the moon. And the moon showing you the clear definitions between the two towers and the moon rising in between. So when we then take a look at this, we can see these two principles need to be joined in a circle. And the joining of these two principles in a circle represents the continuity of life, joining our feet of Pisces to the head of the ram, and showing us that the reason that telepathy exists on a personal and on a personal identity level is because of the unified field that we are tapped into, where there is a place within us. And I want to just point out to you guys, right? It's something that used to happen to me. It's happened to me with some friends, and I used to play around with this stuff, but then I didn't see the point of playing around with it. But it's interesting. I used to slide into a trance and go into a place where I was the other person in front of me. And then my mouth would talk the thoughts that were running through their brain. But I couldn't exactly understand what it was that I was saying. My mouth was there, and people would get freaked out because everything that they thought I would say. And they would be like, what the hell? You're saying, like, they were thinking private thoughts and my mouth was speaking their private thoughts. And I couldn't fully grasp what it was that I was saying at the point that I was saying it. Only retrospectively could I think about what it was that I'd said, and it still felt foreign. But it was just something that could happen. And it made me sort of look at the whole psychic telepathy connection between human beings, because when I went inside myself, it didn't feel like it felt like I was connecting with like the true self, deep. But that self was then somehow coming out of their minds. And, I stopped doing it because people used to get freaked out by it. And there was one guy it used to happen with a lot. And he actually said to me, please don't do that, dude. I can't handle it. It's too much, man. Please stop it, please. It was like freaking him out because like once I'd fall into the slot, it would just keep happening. And everything that he thought I'd be saying. And it was like, I couldn't even stop it once it started. It was like once you've tethered your phone to your laptop, it's tethered, man. It's communicating. You can't switch it off. And so I think like this telepathy, which is a real phenomenon that we can experience, it suggests that there is some part of us that is not separate. If we can experience it in that way. And this is why possession can happen. Why can possession happen? Just think about what possession represents, right? Think about the idea behind possession. And if any of you have ever been possessed, I've been possessed. I played with this when I was a kid. I could get those beings to come into my body and they would speak and do things. And it was very, very weird because it didn't feel like it was me doing and speaking. It was the same as what I would experience with my friend. Somehow I allowed his thoughts to possess my mouth, right? It was some little thing that would happen. And with other beings, I'd let them come into me. And like, once again, like my close friend said, please, man, please stop. Don't do that. It's scary as hell, man. I don't know who you are when you do that. And you're just weird as hell. You change, your face changes, your voice changes, you become someone else. And the beings that I was allowing to possess me they weren't good beings. But I was cocky because I was like, I can control these beings. I can grab you, put you in me. You don't have a choice. Now I'm talking, I can grab you and put you out of me. You don't have a choice. So I was sort of inflicting myself upon these beings. And these beings became afraid of me because I could do that to them, and they couldn't do anything about it. But they wanted to be in my body. They were hungry. But so I realized there was something wrong and something very dodgy about what I was doing. One time I allowed a Mahakali to possess me. But it was only when my ex-wife and myself, our lives were in danger, and I was surrounded by men with knives, and that was the way to save her life from being raped. And so I took her in, and then I became something else with superhuman strength and abilities, so that the men threw their knives down and they ran away because they got so scared. So I didn't even have to hurt anyone, but she was going to end all of their lives. She was going to dismember them all. I could see in my mind what she was going to do to them. And it was when I finally let her out, I was shocked that like what she was going to do, the visions of blood that she put in my mind of how she was going to rip limbs apart, and she was going to rip them apart limb by limb and throw a pile of limbs on the floor of like heads and arms and like all sorts of things. And she could do it. Because my body had strength, like I could pick up a car. I had the strength. Like I bet you I could just grab a car and pick it up, just like that. I would have the strength to definitely rip someone's limb off in that moment by the things that I did. Picked up a motorbike and flicked it like a frisbee, and the bike went, like 15 feet, 20 feet, like a boomerang. The bike went off, and when they saw this, they got scared. Like, this is not possible. No one can pick up 200 pounds and just flick it like that with your wrist, just a quick flick, and the thing's over there. And blood curdling scream that came out of my throat wasn't me. It was not my scream. It was like a woman's scream. It was weird. But my point is, like, that possession is a real thing, and a lot of people do get possessed, and you can get possessed by good things or bad things, or It's a dangerous game. It's not something I would suggest anyone to play with. Like, I only played with it when I was a kid, and I only allowed it when it was like absolutely necessary. Yeah, like if people are gonna want to rape your wife, you will do whatever it takes to protect her as a man. It's your instinct. And in that moment, they surrounded me. They jumped out of the bushes and they had their blades. I didn't have a choice. I had to let her in so that I could, with one sweep, knock 4 guys back off their feet and knock my ex-wife off the bike and somehow do a flip off my bike and flick the bike so that the bike was over there in the bushes and be ready to fight them all in one move. They were going to slice my throat. So we were in the jungles on my bike, you know, I had a trail bike. So, you know, like the reality of the telepathic connection, it suggests that there is this unified potential. And I think that is the feminine. And interestingly enough, when I allow that possession to come, it was the Mahakali, it was the feminine principle. And she has like this power over matter. She has this power over matter that like is incredible, right? When we allow that feminine spirit to enter into our bodies, what people call chaos, chaotic, might define, but it's not like chaos like we understand it. It's a different kind of an understanding. It's a different kind of a pattern. So that's what I wanted to share with you guys, was that both components are necessary, or you can't have a toric field. But please don't let me carry on.
No, that was really good. Thank you for that. And that gave me some more ideas too. I want to show a diagram that I put in the share screen later. But I wanted to respond also to Cosmic when he mentioned about how the dualism is more meaningful and brings like a multiplicity of things and like a generation of more instead of like being stuck in one place. But basically, like, that's encapsulated by the idea that there's Brahma and everything in the Maya is Brahma, and Brahma experiencing himself from different perspectives as different avatars. But ultimately, you have to realize in that story that Brahma's not alone. He's actually in the womb of his mother, Kali. But what Cosmic was kind of referring to makes me think more of as he was in the womb with like a fraternal twin sister, or if maybe like there was another fetus in the womb that was like going to be his future wife or his future love, that was like having her own like system of Maya, and like they're both able to unite in their minds in like a fusion of the minds of those two dreams would create even deeper possibilities for those two to be able to merge, and all of the different systematic convergence that it could bring. Because I really like the idea of there being two instead of one, and it's really interesting. But this little diagram right here also kind of shows that basically what this is like the opposite of what the Hermes view would be, where at the top, and this is the same thing that Isaac Benthoff was suggesting before he disappeared and was likely assassinated. He showed this on public television in a talk that he had given, that at the top, it's like a triangle that's got its base at the bottom and its point at the top. We all converge into higher consciousness and share the same mind and understanding and values at the top of the point. But as we go down into lower consciousness, which Hermes would say is the corporeal, and we would say it's like the carnal mind of the lower consciousness, it's divided, and people have different conflicting values and understandings that are not united. But in this diagram, it shows that the body in the personal individual that thinks that themselves might be separate is that one point at the bottom of the V. But as we raise our consciousness from that lower consciousness or that physical or materialist view, we rise up into an open-ended at the top consciousness that is unlimited. And so Chaya was telling me that through the statement Tat Tvam Asi, Brahma you are, it suggested that you are that thou art, that you are the one mind. And once you can realize and raise your consciousness, the more you can realize. But the further down you go into the self-consciousness, the less you can achieve, the less you can understand. You'll be very limited. And so it kind of drives you up and out into the deeper understanding away from that through learning how to overcome the challenges that come with lower minded thinking. And in this diagram, they have a middle part where these two lines that go across show that we're integrated with the highest consciousness of spirit, the creator, which can be seen as a syzygy of the Mother Earth and the Heavenly Father, that are like the two parts of the V that integrate. But basically, the middle part is our soul, or our subconscious medium, which means that it's our mind, our subconscious mind, before it's been turned into particular thoughts. The ability for us to access the infinite wisdom in our deeper mind is there in the center. So we can access spirit from the body, from this particular perspective of our individual self in what may be considered the Maya. But in this place, we still have access to the highest consciousness in the center line. And in that center part right there is access to everything that could allow us to then turn the power of the higher consciousness into what we consider to be an affirmative prayer, or a spiritual mind treatment. We basically have like a 5-system prayer that we use that first suggests a recognition. I recognize that this is what we're referring to. Then the second part is an integration or a unification. I now unify this understanding with the higher spirit's understanding and capabilities of infinite possibilities and the ability to do anything we can imagine, as long as we set away from our self-limiting beliefs and doubts, and we enter into full faith, which is the certainty that the best will be done for one and all. We're unifying with that force. The third part is realization. I realize now how this can come into being, and that this is manifesting because I have now unified with the higher consciousness, and we're now overcoming the initial recognition that might have been involved with any type of doubt or affliction of lower consciousness. Is now being recognized in the third part as being overcome. And then the fourth part is the thankfulness. I am thankful that this has been understood, and that we're now allowing this to be integrated and mediated by the higher consciousness to be able to have us overcome any challenges that might be here in this situation. The final part is the release. I'm now releasing this to higher consciousness, to spirit, to the sacred union, syzygy of the Divine Mother and Father, to be able to take care of this matter for us. I no longer have to worry about this or think about it. It is done, and so it is. It's now been released to the divine, and the work is being done. And we're not going to be impatient about how and when it's done, but we're going to be thankful that it's being done for us, and that this has been passed on to a higher source to be able to do the work for us to overcome any challenges that we might be going through. So that's how the spiritual mind treatment goes. It goes through those 5 stages, through recognition, unification, realization, thanksgiving, and then finally release. And in those 5 stages, you can achieve anything by overcoming your self-limiting beliefs, by overcoming a physical condition or malady or injury, whatever you're up against. This process can allow you to overcome that by using your imagination to overcome the doubts that you might have had, to overcome the carrying with you the source of the affliction that you're struggling with is now going to be something that you can walk away from and put behind you. If you had skeletons in your closet, you can now take them out of that closet. You can lay them out and bury them somewhere else, and it's now not part of something that you carry with you. And in shadow work, when we go through this kind of a process, it involves forgiving those that we might have blamed for our own issues. And it doesn't really require telling those people like, oh, I forgive you for what you did to me. It's really about in your heart, you're telling yourself that you are now offering forgiveness to those people you used to blame for your problems and project your issues onto, so that you no longer are burdened by them in your heart space, in your inner child. It was like the cage that your inner child was locked within that kept it caged in. Now you're like releasing your inner child, the suppressed emotions that you've had in your life out of that cage, and you're throwing the cage out. And then your inner self can become fully integrated. And through that process, it sometimes can be detrimental to say to somebody, "Oh, I forgive you for the things, that terrible things that you did to me." You don't necessarily want to encourage those people to think it was okay to do what you used to blame them for to heal yourself. Maybe you want to discourage them, but you don't have to do either or. Basically, it's the work is done within yourself. It's not up to us to change other people. But the thing about that is that the insight is that you don't want to encourage people to continue to do worse things to others. So you don't have to do that. But it's more about self-forgiveness and self-love. And ultimately, part of the best way to achieve that is not only through forgiving the others that you used to blame, but for ultimately thanking them. I'm now thanking the person that I used to blame for all my problems, or the people or the group of individuals that they were. I'm now thanking them for helping me build my resilience and for giving me a time to be able to stay in denial and misdirect my energies so that I didn't take it out on myself and go into a bad state where I wasn't capable of understanding how to proceed from that situation in a safe way. They gave me the chance to be able to carry that with me until I found the solution and the key to self-understanding and self-forgiveness, which I now have. Now I can release them and that denial that I used to carry. So that's like a really deep part of shadow work that is done. And thank you, Carl Jung, for being able to provide us with these deep insights, which kind of explains why he says, like, you can't reach up into the heavens without first having your roots go into hell, because basically you have to go through adversity and challenges and hardships to be able to gain gratitude and appreciation for having overcome them, and then appreciating the place that you've come into being. Because otherwise, if you just start off in a good place and you never really learned why or became thankful that it's a good place to stay, you might just wander away from that because you don't really value what you have or what you've become. So this is kind of part of the same story of Brahma's dream, in that, like, it started off as a total harmony of the golden age where there was really no words for anything because everything was perfect and everything was harmonic and love and light. But there was no conflict there. Um, there were no contrasts to that. And so when contrast begins to arise, then the words have to come in. Okay, this is not love. This has to be called something else. Now we have to create a word for love. Now we understand that there's a word to represent what we used to have all the time. The ultimate state of infinite love now has become broken and fractured. And then over time, in the dream of Brahma, as that became more and more splintered, less of the positive state of nature of the golden age was available progressively through time, and became eventually a total washout, and things became completely broken down, kind of like our society has become now. And it's been prophesied by like a lot of different societies and wise mystics that we carry the teachings of even today, like in Kabbalah and Hermetic wisdom and the Hopi prophecy and countless more, that basically this is a time at which point the utmost point of egoism has been reached. The epitome of indulgence and greed has overtaken our good nature as a species, and we have lost track of our integration with our creator, with mother nature, with the deep love of the heavenly father, which is also integrated with grandmother sea and grandfather sky. So in that understanding, we see like the mother is the matter and the father is the pater, or the pattern of the mind. And it just like the crown represents the masculine energy and the root represents the feminine energy, we can integrate those two, and we can integrate with both of those simultaneously, which is kind of like Cosmic was saying, like a deeper aspect than just the oneness. But as I always mention to people, even opposites are on the same scale on different poles. So the masculine might be on one side and the female or feminine might be on the other side, but they're connected on the same scale, yet they're on different extremes of that scale. And so ultimately, there is a connection that brings those two things to be able to meet and create the triune aspect in the center, where each individual can integrate the masculine and feminine principles within their heart space. So basically, like, those principles are like, masculine principle is like assertiveness and directness and the propensity towards analysis and reasoning, whereas on the feminine side, there's an aspect of emotionality and intuition with indirectness and with the values of preparation and precaution and various things as such that are not really considered in the masculine side, where it's just all about just act, just go and do it, just do it directly. Whereas on the feminine side, take consideration first before you go and do things. Make a plan. Don't come at it straight ahead. Come at it from different angles to see more perspective, gain more understanding from others about their experiences, or some guidance and insights into how to go about this in the best possible way. Things like that. Use your emotions. Don't just fall in there with what you're told. Feel how it works and see if it feels right. And only when it feels right do you proceed forth with the reasoning and understanding that you have. So by integrating these two things, we then come to a deeper understanding for ourselves, where we've become whole, just like we can become whole by not only integrating the masculine and feminine principles within us in subtle gender principles. We can also integrate our egoic self, which is the external self, that the way that we perceive ourselves externally or are meant to be seen by others, and the inner child self, the self that's hidden away, that's not shown to others, that we still carry with us, that's been suppressed, that was conditioned to be hidden away. We can now integrate those two things together. And at that point, the ego starts to take the passenger seat, and the inner child or the soul starts to take the wheel now. And so before, when we lived by the ego, which is the delusion of separation, to try to maybe gain power over others as if we were separate and that I have to get ahead by pushing others down, that starts to fade away. And now the inner child of compassion and understanding comes into the picture in the driver's seat and says, I'm going to succeed through integration. And the mother spider told me this in an ayahuasca ceremony: through self-love and self-understanding and self-forgiveness and self-actualization, we can travel to all the possibilities of the world on the web of life. But through projection and confusion, and through indulgence and greed and transgressive ways, we become tangled in the web of life, and we can no longer proceed, and we get strangled up and lost and have no way of stepping forward. So it's just a beautiful way to be able to integrate not only with our inner self, integrate our different gender values and principles. We can also integrate with Mother Nature, our creator, and the cosmos is the masculine aspect of our creator. We can integrate with the cosmos in our mind. We can integrate with Mother Earth in our body, and we can integrate with our community as well, as like a whole system, to take the power back from the slave-minded fear conditioning that we've been brought into in this fallen state of society that we're in right now. We can rise together through self-mastery. We can then gain the ability to work in integration instead of being driven towards separation and being divided and dividing ourselves through our process of selfishness that we've been have been pushed into through capitalism and consumerism and synthetic industrial mechanization of like kind of like basically a lot of the things that we have now are like the products of trying to like melt things of mother nature down into some mold and creating this mold out of toxic sludge. Like pharmaceuticals are made out of petroleum byproducts. A lot of things in the food are made from byproducts of industrialization. They're using these things because it costs them money to dispose of them, but they can be paid to sell them to manufacturers to put in there and be masked as some kind of a preservative or artificial flavor or color or whatever it might be. These things are not doing well for us, and we're starting to realize the detriments and side effects of these things. And many people are starting to walk away from the synthetic culture, but it's very appealing to us to be able to have the comforts of having such ease of being able to go out and have somebody just provide these things to us. We don't have to make them or grow them or create them or foster them. You just hand them over to us if we go do our slave job and get the money to be able to achieve that. But sometimes it could be good to be able to have an alternative means, even though you might feel that you have to do that and it's practical and it's necessary and essential right now to be able to subsist, that you could actually have another part of your life where during your pastimes, you could start to engage in something that's more sustainable, that will be able to grow when this system, or if this system collapses, or even if it doesn't, you could create another side of yourself that's creating services or products or produce or artwork or music that you can share with your community, and that can bring your soul great joy. And it'll be different than having to get things from a store that other people made that you don't really have any part in, but you're just consuming or doing your slave work to be able to earn that. It's a different side of life where our soul becomes able to give the beautiful gifts that it has that are unique to the world, that other people can really enjoy and appreciate and can share with each other.
You know, that's beautiful, brother. That's really beautiful sharing. Thank you. And it makes me think about the conversation earlier between you and Cosmic. And I sort of sit in the middle between you guys. I think that the individual is necessary and needs to be acknowledged and respected. That the individual rights need to be acknowledged. And that the right to ownership is a fundamental right. However, I think it also needs to be mitigated, right? For example, how I would say it would be like, you have the right to own anything you can carry, right? Or you have the right to own a piece of property that you can perambulate in so much time. Does that make sense? So, like, you can run around in a circle. In that much time, that circle is yours. If you can find and claim the land, that's yours. That's your private space. No one else can come there and mess with you. If you want to be left alone in that circle, that's your business. But the idea that you have the right to own, I'm a billionaire and I own like 500 properties in the city, hypothetically, that other people have to rent from me. And I don't even know, I haven't even been to all the properties I've bought that I own. I don't even have a physical key to these properties, but on paper, they belong to me. To me, that is like something it's a problem in our society. So, and physical possessions, like how much possessions if you had a piece of land that you can circumvent, right? In such a place. And if you're a husband and wife, you can have a piece of land that you can move around in a circle and meet each other halfway in that time. Imagine. Does that make sense? So if you're going to create a family, you then have a bigger land. To me, that would make sense. And nobody's allowed to own a piece of land bigger than that. So that each person has their right to privacy if they want. Because in a communal situation, and I know because I've been in the communal world, you have problems. You always have a lot of problems. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for anarchism, and I think anarchism needs to be a reality. I think it's the only way forward, personally. Though
when it comes to space, I think total communalism and communism, like Cosmic is saying, is itself a problem. I think that's a problem too, because that takes away all your rights at the end of the day. And I think that's what Cosmic was saying. But I also see that, the system that we've got of capitalism has become totally polluted and corrupted, where the rich are getting richer and they own everything, and a small group of people owns everything. So both systems, I think, are wrong. And this is why what I was coming about when I was talking about the difference of perspective of like looking at solipsism, where it comes from, its roots, and understanding what it's really about, and putting it in context with its polarized partner. Because I think this is the sphere of polarity we're looking at. And when we look at what the Hermetic principle of a gender really represents, right? I think it gets interesting, because I look at the Hermetic principle of gender, and to me, it's an expression of the principle of polarity coming into its own. And so gender is where we get our identities, the identities of that which is receiving who I am and that which is giving off what I am. And I think the gender represents the marriage within us of our ego and our persona, and how our ego and persona work together as a husband and wife within our psyche, and how other people witness our persona and see it as an expression of our egos, and how we can fall in love with the reflection of our own persona and infect our egos with its own by becoming impressed with its own persona that it's married. So I think like both sides, like being obsessed with the persona, being obsessed with the ego. I think ego is something that we don't understand. I think persona means per sun. Solar. Electrical is the physical matter, substance, electricity. Ego is more like the egg, is more like the magnetism, is more like the feminine field that holds things together. And the persona, which is the sun, is expressing specific traits that the ego is manifesting through its mate, the persona. And so when I look at the ego and the persona in this way, the ego seems more feminine, and the persona is more of a externalized masculine projection. And the ego that people are talking about when they've written books and read books isn't the ego that exists, because they're not understanding the roots of the word ego and where it comes from. Like the roots of ego means soul, right? Identity. And then the persona is what we are looking at. So when people say, oh, you're very egotistical, what they mean is that your persona is so persistently acting out traits that it is refining from your ego, that your personality is so obsessive. And so when the solipse quality overwhelms the persona, right, then I think that the persona starts to think that it is the ego. And so the persona starts acting as if it's the ego, and the people around can't tell the difference between the persona and the ego. So they start assuming that that's the ego when it's actually the persona that you're looking at, because what we show the world is not our ego. What we show the world is our persona. So you can't see someone else's ego traits directly. All you can see is the persona acting out qualities. But what we're seeing as traits are personality traits, which comes from the roots of the word the sun, solar. It's got to do with the sun, where the ego is a far more very subtle emotional quality. And the emotional qualities, for example, the emotional qualities that have made us who we are is the ego. But what we are becoming and how we are behaving, that is our persona. That's our personality. And so in English, people have interchanged those two words so readily that we've lost the understanding of the roots, etymological roots of these two words. Where the ego from ancient Greek, ego basically means soul, doesn't it? I think it means soul, something along the idea of soul. It's
there's
it's
the super ego and the id.
The id is the
It's like the
so
beast.
what you've got, you've got the ego, which is the essential soul, this identity, and that essential soul identity has to act through a persona, a personality, and then that persona has to manifest a physical body. And in order for that persona to manifest a physical body, it needs to have an id. And an id becomes the body of desires and instincts, right? So it's like an animal consciousness. Does that make sense? Like your id is that part of you that makes you want to get hungry, makes you want to have sex, makes you want to do something, to go out, because otherwise we wouldn't have desire to achieve anything, wouldn't have a desire to manifest anything. The id gives us that substantial, coarse part of ourselves, that animalistic part of ourselves that makes us want to drive. It causes ambition to come into being, because the id tempers the personality energy. And so the id is very related to our sexuality. Yeah. Which we could relate to our kundalini, which powers our actual physical body. And so all the appetites that we experience are highly differentiated and expressed through the body of the id. And so in Kabbalistic lore, we would call the id the Yeshod, right? In the Chinese system, they would speak about the Jing. Yeah. We would speak about the connection between Svadhisthana and Muladhara if we're talking about the id in the consciousness of our body. Yeah. The way in which Svadhisthana, body of desire, acts upon our Muladhara, our physical body, which affects our thinking, because our physical body is what we think through. Like you agree with that, Cosmic? We actually think through our bodies and we remember through matter.
Yeah, basically.
So what do you think of that idea that I was getting at about the balance between finding a place where the unity and the individuality can subsist together in harmony without infringing upon the rights of the individual or the individual capacity, or while maintaining that unified unity? What do you think of that as an idea?
The way I kind of approach that sort of ethical question, I mean, I guess I always, look everything through my Zerfax lens, but the thing is, like, you're talking about that definition of solipsism earlier, but like whether it's true, like there's just that idea that like people are just like, NPCs, for example, that they just have no souls behind them because they're just sort of this like extension of your individual identity. The way I look at that to me is how a bad person perceives the world, right? Someone who's truly malicious, evil, wants to hurt people. That's fundamentally how they see people, as just NPCs. Because I think about, if you like, when you think about when you want to hurt somebody, like, why does it feel bad? Because on some level, it's like when you see yourself as an individual, there's this sense of, I could have been a different individual. I could have been that person. I could have gone through that suffering. But if you see yourself in that kind of solipsistic matter, you think, no, I'm God. I'm the only. And I think that's the tricky part, is that it's very easy to self-identify with God rather than being seen as sort of an extension of God, as seen as sort of like an avatar, or a kind of a like a lower level kind of like manifestation of a larger phenomenon. And I think in spirituality, that even though people talk about that distinction between kind of the individual self versus kind of becoming the Atman or the Brahman, if you will, I think it's very easy for people to confuse those things in their head, where they're thinking, oh, I have aligned my mind with the Brahman, and that's what they say, but their actions reflect somebody that is this kind of, I see everybody as NPCs, and then they use that idea of I am the all, I'm not an individual, to justify the selfish behaviors by and it's very easy to trick yourself into that line of thinking. So my perspective is more that, like, I always perceive that there's a universe outside of mine that I don't necessarily understand, what's best for most people, and what's right for me might not be what's right for somebody else. And so to me, I actually think that paradoxically that seeing yourself as separate from other people is, in my opinion, what gives me the inspiration or the incentive to have empathy for people. Because in a sense, when you know what it's like to feel separate, you have empathy for people who feel separate. There's that sense of, whereas I feel like what the problem is, like, sometimes with people in the spiritual community, it's like they get so deep into that kind of that bliss that it's almost like they don't really seem to, like, when you talk to them and you're like in a bad mood, they seem like they're on another planet. They don't even see with you. They're just sort of smiling into the void while you're there, while tears are basically streaming down your face. It's like, oh, everything is all right. But like, I don't feel all right. So I don't know. I guess I just take that different perspective, because I think also too, when you don't have that sense of individuality, I think it becomes easier to manipulate people, emotionally. Like, I think about, like, there's this story, the short story that was popular on Reddit called The Egg by Andy Weir. And I guess this idea, I don't remember the gist of the story, but basically the guy goes up to an egg, like in some central, like, white void. And the idea is, like, he's kind of like every being in the universe. And like, the problem is that if you are every being in existence, that means you are also Hitler. That means you are also Stalin. That means you are also every notorious serial killer or whoever is made. And then there's this idea that, oh, you should have some kind of like strange, like, empathy for them because they're technically part of the oneness. And I feel like on some level, the older I got, the more I started to realize and feel that this on a certain level is kind of emotionally manipulative when you start to have like it's like a form of gaslighting, where you start to feel like you're identifying but with certain people who are bad or malefic. But I think no, I don't think you are Hitler. I don't think you are Stalin. I think you are who you are. And I think recognizing that distinction is what allows you to really have a sense of empathy for yourself. Because one of the things I really don't like about where the spiritual community is going, and just in cultural in general, is this idea, like, especially if you're a white male, that if you don't feel bad about yourself, that is an implication that you don't care about others. That, like, I can only care about the suffering and plight of people who are poor and misfortunate. I can only have that empathy unless I feel guilty and hateful for the fact that I'm rich and I'm privileged. And there's the sense of, like, with that compassion, but then there's also this guilt that kind of goes sort of underneath the surface that I think a lot of people don't have an emphasis for. And I think this also kind of goes back to the point with, like, feminism and, like, the interplay between the sexes, because I think there's this attitude among some women, not all women, but just to clarify, some women, this idea that you don't really respect and care about women unless you apologize for all the terrible things that men have done, and that you feel bad about yourself for who you are as a man. That this idea that you can't truly love another person unless you hate yourself. That kind of, like, rhetoric that I see a lot more in our culture today, I think is really poisonous. And that's the only reason I push back against, some of these more kind of nicer narratives about oneness and togetherness and, being understanding. It's not that I'm fundamentally against those things. I think those things are great. It's just that I've realized that the powers that be can take those good things and those good aspects and use them to manipulate us and to sort of gaslight us and to try to trick us and use that kind of false compassion to trick you into thinking you don't have compassion, and then making you hate yourself, and then feeling resentful and feeling you have to like apologize, for everything. And I think that's an important aspect to compassion. And I think that sometimes, like, with the oneness thing and just the idea of everything being one, there is that like aspect that, like I think about the Never Ending Story, like the book in particular, because this particular scene wasn't in the movie version, but there's this one scene in the book where Bastian, the main character, is in the world of Fantastica. This is kind of like the second half of the book where they basically, he gives the childlike empress the name Moonchild. But anyway, he's spending time sort of like finding himself, and he's gone through all sorts of different things where he's tried to be a hero, but he's basically betrayed all of his friends. He's kind of like he's kind of failed a lot of it. And so in order to get away from this, he meets up with these gnome creatures called the Yiz-Kelnari. And they live on this boat, and they travel across the Sea of Mist. And basically the idea is, in order to cross the Sea of Mist, they have to like sing the song to make the boat go forward. Well, the thing about the Yiz-Kelnari as a race is that nobody distinguishes themselves as an individual. They all claim themselves to be we, that there's no distinction between you or I or we and them, and they all get along with each other. But then at one point in the book, one of these little gnome guys, these little Yiz-Kelnari creatures, gets picked up by a giant like predatory bird, presumably like about to be eaten, just like pulled up into the sky, kicking and screaming. And the way the other elves react, they don't have any emotion at all. They just keep singing and dancing as if nothing has happened. And then Bastian's like, why are they doing this? It's like none of us are lost. We are all still here. The idea being that if they lose an individual, the collective still remains. But then you feel like that individual is just being like, going to be probably killed in a brutal and horrible way. And so I think that little story within that book is kind of like perfectly embodies like why my issue with collectivism is that at a certain point when the individual is so suppressed, then the individual becomes, disposable, if you will. Like think about like the hair on your head, for example. The reason you don't feel bad cutting the hair off of your head is because the hair is sort of a unified part of your body. If you cut your hair, you still remain. And I think that I was listening to a podcast, and it was actually kind of like going against the idea that we're all an organism, and then thinking about it instead as an ecosystem, because in an ecosystem, you have different organisms that kind of work together and sort of, find harmony with an environment. But the problem with identifying things as an organism is that what if you, and being an individual cell, is what if you as the individual cell are disposable and the collective says, hey, we need to cut you off and kill you. You're poisoning the rest of the collective and you need to die now. There's that dimension to it. And so I think in a lot of ways, like I think of it more in terms of just harmony and cohesion in terms of music, because with music, you have individual notes that create a melody and create a harmony. And if every musical note is the exact same musical note and equal, well, you don't really have music that you can make. So I don't know. I guess that's just sort of like my thoughts on the whole matter of like these polarities. And I think it's just important that it's sometimes in our effort to seek out compassion and to try to be more compassionate, to one, have patience for those who may not understand compassion and are, somewhat skeptical of it because maybe like they haven't had it. And, too, but like I had another point, but, I forgot it. But, I think one of the other things, but I think the bottom line is that when it comes to, living in a more loving society and living in a more compassionate society, if you want to make people more compassionate, you have to show them compassion. And I think this has been something that's been fundamentally lost, because we think that in order to make someone compassionate, we got to make them feel guilty. How dare you to talk about those people in those ways? How dare you do those things? You should know better. You hateful bigot, you evil person, you communist, Nazi, whatever. And it's like, and we have to realize, because if you think about any group of people that you care about in this world, whether it be, your family, whether it be women, whether it be a certain race of individuals, you care about those people because in some sense in your life, those people probably were kind and considerate to you. They helped you out. They gave you some understanding. They talked to you when you were feeling down, and you developed that connection, And so I think when it comes to, if we want to live in a world, if we want people to get along, we have to actually show them that compassion. And it's so easy to just like browbeat and see it like, God damn it, why aren't you being loving, you evil person? Why, you jerk, And, I think that's the thing. That's why I kind of like push back against this stuff. It's not like I'm some like, angry, curmudgeon that's given up on the idea of love and compassion and wonder. It's just, I've realized within the past, 5 or 10 years or so, about how these things that we love and care about can be weaponized against us in really nefarious ways, and just being more careful and cautious about those realities.
I agree with a lot of what you're saying, and I think you're completely right. I mean, you said a lot. And I agree with the idea of compassion. And just looking at the original preamble where this started from, we're talking about effectively collectivism and Unitarianism. But when I say Unitarianism, I don't mean that specific religious movement that chose to name themselves according to that word. I mean what that word actually means as a concept. The same thing as collectivism. If a group of people said, we are collectivists and our philosophy is collectivism, they wouldn't own that word based upon their philosophy. There would still be a word that exists. So the Unitarianists just call themselves Unitarianists because that's a word that represents to their mind what they thought they represented. But in the pure form, Unitarianism, just as a background. And one of the things that you started off saying was the NPC. And I wanted to push back on that, because I wanted to point out that if you go into the snow, you can't go into the snow with a bathing suit on. It's not going to work. And you can't go to the beach wearing a ski suit with ski boots and snow gear, right? And so in a sense, what you're doing there is you're going into the snow with a bathing suit. And I'll explain what I mean. The very idea of that everybody's NPCs, that is a modernist perspective. The true spirit of the Brahma doesn't say that people are NPCs. That's just some TikTokers and YouTubers have inferred that, because they are trying to go and understand the beach, but they come from a snow climate. So they go to the beach with a snow climate and they go, oh, it's really horrible on the beach. You're sweating all the time and it's like, it doesn't work. But if they had tried taking off the snowsuit, they would have enjoyed the beach so much more. And I'll explain why this is relevant. Like when you look at the idea that everybody is the same core self, it's not that they are NPCs, it's that they are you. There's a difference. So instead of them being NPCs that you can do whatever you want to them, they are all you. And whatever you do to any one of these other people, you're doing to yourself. There's a very big difference as a concept from NPCs that aren't real, that you can do whatever you want, to the idea of that there is one universal mind that we all share, and we all share the one universal mind and express it in different, unique, individualized ways that become experienced as individuals. However, it's still you. And that is like at the core of all spiritual philosophies, that whatever you do to someone else, you're doing to yourself. And we've noticed this in psychology, right? The actions that we do towards other people, we end up implementing that to ourselves unconsciously.
which is actually quite a lot of evidence to the idea that we are all connected. Just the fact that that happens without our cognizance, without our conscience or our consciousness being involved. It's just a physical reaction on an unconscious level, which can be covered up after many, many years of therapy, and often is uncovered by many years of therapy. And even things that other people have done to us, they will do to us because it was done to them. So there's this sins of the father become the sins of the children idea being expressed. So I just wanted to point that out as one point, and to just show that is not really anything to do with true solipsism. That is when you're going into the true spirit of the unity, you can't go into it with the idea of materialism driving your expectations, because now you're going onto the beach with a snowsuit, right? The same way you can't go into the snow with a costume. You can't go into materialism applying the principles of the unity, because now you're not seeing the individual. And in order to see the individual, when you're in the individual sphere, you have to see the individual. You can't just say, well, the individuals aren't real, we're all just one. No, the individuals are real on one hand, but on the other hand, they're also an expression of a unified mind, consciousness, soul, that we are all one essential expression of the same being, but different manifestations of that being, which means that we are all very much unique, and everyone has a free will and a unified system that underlies it. But to imply the unified system into the materialistic exclusively at the expense of the materialistic is unbalanced, in the same way as what you were doing is to imply the materialistic concept into the unified field without the understanding of what the unified field really represents and what it really suggests, which isn't NPCs. But that's got to do with, I think, YouTube and algorithms and Facebook and people that are writing books, and a certain group of people that doesn't want us to really understand the yang and the yin and the principle of polarity very well. And what else you were saying about the compassion, I think that's really important. And I think that when we apply materialistic values exclusively, we become the opposite. This is something I've noticed. So some of the things you were talking about is what we actually see in society, right? Which is actually quite a typical thing. When you were saying about how the group implies itself upon one member of the group becoming harmed and the rest of the group not caring, we live in a completely individualized society, totally materialistic, totally the opposite of solipsism at the moment. That's our society, if you want to get to the bottom of it, right? It's totally materialistic, and it's totally each person's an individual. You own your things, I own my things. And we don't even consider the inner planes of that unified thing. It's laughed at, it's scoffed at. They've taken the word solipsism and they've twisted it into this ridiculous, stupid meaning that we can all scoff at and laugh at. It's ridiculous. That's how far we've gone into it. But what have we noticed in our society? The prisons are full of people that have been removed from society for most ridiculous, stupid reasons, right? This person had cannabis. This person was using these substances. This person did this. This person went to go and stand in a place picketing with boards where they weren't supposed to. They didn't have a license. They get arrested. This person got arrested because they didn't pay money to some group of people or an organization or whatever it is, right? So you'll find that a lot of the people in jails are in jails for probably a lot of them ridiculous reasons. And then the real people that are harmful are in there too, but a lot of them get away with it. So let's say you defraud a company of money, you'll go to jail for 20 years. But if you do something bad to a child, you'll be out in 4 or 5 years, maybe 3 years. That's the difference. Steal money from a corporation, you kissed your life goodbye. take someone else's child and do something like unimaginably disgusting to that child, you'll be out in a few years. You'll be fine. So this is how twisted our society has become. But the fact is that the group has decided that undesirables must be removed. And now it's at the point where homeless people get pushed out of the way as well. They're not allowed anymore. Bus stops, they're not allowed there. If there's a place where the homeless people can sit out of the rain, they'll get chased off by the police officers. They're not allowed to be anywhere. In fact, the UK was making laws to criminalize homelessness. And if the homeless were caught trying to sleep under a little patch of roof in the night, they would be arrested and they would be criminalized and they'd be charged huge amounts of money or put in jail for being homeless because they didn't have money. So this is the extent that we have allowed our individuals to be sacrificed. And it's not happening in a small scale. It's happening on a huge, huge scale. We're talking, how many people on the planet are incarcerated at the moment? How many people globally in jails and prisons now? I bet you it's going to be hundreds of millions. Oh, okay. So they say 11.7 million people are currently incarcerated in jails and prisons worldwide. And so, you know, just to think about what we're talking about, 11 million people. This is a lot of people to be sacrificing, right? That's like a number of cities. That's like, you have some European countries that have the population not much bigger than that. Entire country. So when we look at what this materialistic model has taken, is it's moved us so far into practicing the same way as capitalism, seemingly an expression of the materialistic external. Have you noticed how capitalism is becoming more and more like socialism? Right? What happened with capitalism? Big corporations happened, and the big corporations started to conglomerate. And so we've got these huge conglomerates that basically control the whole capitalist circus. And what used to be a free economy is no longer a free economy. It's totally controlled by an external singular entity, which is many of the huge corporations that are conglomerated together, and they control much of the money. And then obviously that controls the financial policies of politicians, which controls the law, which controls the schooling, and they get to control what we eat. They get to control the quality of our food, the quality of our air. They get to control whether the planet is being re-engineered and the weather is being tampered with. They get to decide what media we are allowed and what media aren't allowed. They get to decide that we have to have passports and IDs, and that we're going to need now, digital IDs to be on the web. And these are all huge conglomerates. This is, if you look at that, that's socialism all over again. But it's all happening under the guise of capitalism. So the reason that's happening is because capitalism became too pure. Materialism became too pure. The externalization of the individual became so pure that it lost the individual in the purity of its expression of individuality. We need a balance, I think, between that collectivism and the individual model. I really think we need a balance between that, because when we don't have Unitarianism in balance with collectivism, Unitarianism starts to express collectivism. And when we don't have collectivism in balance with Unitarianism, collectivism will start to express Unitarianism, but it will express the most negative aspects of Unitarianism in the same way that the Unitarianism is expressing the most negative aspects of collectivism. So in a sense, I think if you go with one way, but this is how a toric field works. If you travel one direction of a toric field, you're going to end up coming out the other way, right? Isn't that what a toric field is? You travel one direction, you're going to end up coming out from the other direction. The only way to maintain a toric field is to move in two directions at the same time. And when you move in two directions at the same time, you maintain the structure of the toric field. And that maintenance is the source and substance of life. That's what we call the Tao. So that Tao, I think, is fundamental as an expression of the two principles. And that's why I push back on either collectivism or individualism, like Unitarianism. I always think that we need Unitarianism because we are individuals, but we also need a certain element of collectivism. And for example, collectivism, you could say, has been expressed as as shall we say, capitalism is the expression of Unitarianism, and socialism is the embodiment of collectivism. And so we need elements of socialism and elements of collectivism together to form a balance, because either one on its own can very easily go out of balance, but will move towards the alternative extreme. But when we have them together, when we have the Luciferianism and the Ahrimanianism bound to each other, and they become our slaves, then we can see the bigger picture from both perspectives. Because then we start to recognize that the rights of the individual are important because the individual is the same person expressing. So then you don't not do bad things to other people because of the consequences that will bring towards you materially only, but that's part of it. You don't do bad things to other people because you also appreciate and understand that that is you. And that aspect of that person is you from another perspective. I want to tell me, can you guys hear this?
Yeah, I can hear it.
I'm another you, and you're another me. We're just separated by these bounds of flesh. I'm inside of you like you're inside of me, 'cause we're all one and we're just here, living in the mind of the heart, heart of the mind, 'cause it's binding me to you. You're just reflections of me, and I'm just reflections of you. It's so true. When I look at you, I see myself inside, 'cause it's all there is, it's all we hide. Selfishness and pride are what keeps us apart. It's just separating you from your heart, me from mine, what's inside of you, and you from yours, what's inside of me. 'Cause you're another me living in another body, but it's all one the same. So when you do a deed that makes another smile, your heart is shining like the sweetness of sun. When you break another's heart, it's your heart you break. That's why we get sour and we get glum. And as you walk yourself up, you see just another you inside your heart. That's why we run away from ourselves till we see what it is we are. The rising stars within. Within you are the rising stars in me. Well, if you take a moment and just let yourself see, everything that you could ever love and be is me. And when I stop taking my time, looking around, I see it's all there is. Well, that was what the masters were talking about. Compassion is what keeps you and me all in one line together. In one line together to share the inner treasure. Ooh. When my heart beats for another, I feel the joy of the other. And when I think about it true, there's nothing more you really want to do. Live your heart, live yourself free as a bird, 'cause the birds live for each other, 'cause that's the way they fly in the sky. If you watch them fly, you can take you high, 'cause you are them, they are you. We're all living through one so true. One so true.
So anyway, that was like a track. I don't know. Did I write it? Did I channel it? It just without a pen. I just pick up the guitar and it happens. But that, I think, is like a true solipsic perspective of what compassion really is, right? Like that responsibility of. So I'm not saying that solipsism is the path, but I think I believe like we need to have both elements. I think like what Cosmic you were saying, I think is so important. I think when we unify both sides, the yang and the yin, then we are embracing the true spirit of the seventh principle of gender. Because when I look at the principle of gender, I look at what we calling the solips, which is going back to the unities, going back into the womb where we all come from, where we are all outside of time, all one in one field of consciousness, of unity, of love. And then we come out of that unified experience into this world of differentiation where we all become individuals and we're competing with each other in this world of competition and trying to strive to manifest our goals. And our goals are like clashing with each other's goals. And we lose touch with that, what is shared. And I think the only way to find true compassion is by merging these two different philosophies into a singular philosophy which accounts for both the individual and the collective and neatly puts them together in a single expression of collective unity that is unitarian in its expressions. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say about compassion. I think, and I'm not saying that what you were saying about compassion isn't relevant. I think that your compassion expression is equally relevant. And I think that these two different models are really saying the same thing, but they are like talking different languages and they're coming from different places. But when you really look at what they're saying, they're saying the same thing. As in the example of one is saying that it's definitely not cold here, and the other one is saying that it's definitely not hot here, right? And so we're somewhere between not being cold and not being hot, in the middle. And if it's not hot, then and it's not cold, then we know that it's the medium. I don't know. How does that sit with you as an idea of unifying the two concepts and finding a bridge?
I mean, I think, that makes, a lot of sense. I think when it comes to like anything in life, it's always somewhere in the middle of the two extremes, I find, because life is never in the extremes. It's always somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm getting at. What do you think, Indy? Indy's been drawing. He's coloring in. We'll be watching Indy. What are you drawing, dude?
I wish I was drawing. I made 3 articles in 3 days, and one of them never got shown because of technical error. Something happened where they got me the wrong link when I tried to share it, and it was a total blunder. But now I'm back on track with my blog. But I was listening in, and I love what you're saying about solipsism being like on both sides of the coin, and it's like an integration of the two. really. Like there's the individuality aspect, which is vital. And then there's like the community aspect and the unity aspect of like integration with spirit and all of creation, and the fact that we all share. I say like we have one blood, one heart, one mind, and one soul. But like we also have this body that divides us from those others. And so through this body, we can share this perspective to others and start to help others realize our interconnectedness. And we can also use this body that we can display to them like how we can live a better way. Like I was asked my philosophy professors, like, how can I show people a better way to help them move away from the detriments of our society that are dragging people down? And they said, just lead by example. You can never tell other people what they should do. They're not going to respond to that. They're going to probably be defiant and do exactly the opposite of what you tell them they have to or should do. And so it was shown to me that just by doing things that are better for me and having it work out and show that it's practical and that it's efficient and that it works and that I can achieve things where I can transcend these limitations that we're all been pushed into, then other people, if they're interested in, they can reach out to me and say, how are you able to transcend these limitations that nobody else seems to be able to get past? What can I do to be able to get there too? I want to join you. So like a lot of people have been able to do that. And my blog page has been really efficient at being able to reach out globally. I've reached out to nearly 6,000 viewers, and I've like reached pretty much every country at some point. There's only a couple in the Middle East and like I think like Greenland, maybe Iceland. I thought I had hit Iceland though. But basically like I've been able to get my message out there to provoke thought, to get people to start to question things, to give them guidance. There's various different things. And I'm just so glad to have this show to be able to do that and have these conversations with you guys as well. And I'm so grateful to our audience for being out there, giving us feedback in the chats, and for all the viewers out there that are just checking everything out. Plus, thank you for that lovely song. That was very deep and amazing. And Chaya says thank you too. She loved that as well.
Yeah, thank you,
like
guys.
a Nirvana song almost, with specifically the like the kind of the dark riff.
Absolutely.
You know,
I did like Nirvana as a kid. Maybe I was inspired.
You know, like I wanted to mention something earlier because you were talking about how materialism is about kind of like making distinctions. And I've been thinking lately that materialism is kind of its own oneness, because in a sense, it's a monistic metaphysical philosophy that says material matter is the only thing that fundamentally exists. And it's interesting too, because in a lot of ways, because the weird thing about materialism is like you have like the standard materialists, like your Richard Dawkins, your Michael Shermers, your et cetera, but then you got like the weird materialists, like the French post-structuralists and Nick Land, who are like, if you read their stuff, they almost sound like, if you didn't know they were materialists, you would think they were occultists. Like that's how weird and nutty materialism actually gets. Because then there's also the concept of determinism that, you know, everything started with the Big Bang, and it's all basically every action that happened is started from one singular fundamental cause. So if you think about it in a lot of ways, materialism is kind of like an inverted Hermeticism. It's kind of like an inverted Hinduism, because it takes the same kind of oneness concept, but it's like a oneness of darkness as opposed to a oneness of light. And I think that's kind of like, and that's kind of how I look at it in my system, because the idea in Zarfexology is that there's kind of like, you know, these structures called Zulerfixes, which basically prevents your access to the outer Zarfexes by kind of like keeping you within a specific, you know, paradigm, right? And in this system, it's like they have like a sort of like the meta-Zerfixes, and then there's the Slizerfix, which is the sort of the Zerfix of kind of like oneness and light and order and structure. And then there's also the Vlidzerfix, which is the order, it's just like the oneness of chaos, destruction, nihilism, madness, etc. But the idea is, it's like, in a way, they're both kind of mystical. And I think that's one thing people don't understand. Like they think of materialism as being like this kind of scientific thing. And I thought that too. But upon further investigation, when you start to really get into the weeds of this philosophy and look into something called like speculative realism to know what I'm talking about, that they go into that kind of concept in general, that materialism starts to get like weird, and it's like almost like semi-magical, because if you think everything kind of comes from one deterministic physical cause, then you can also kind of get into that sort of hermetic, mystical, magical argument. So in a lot of ways, materialism is just another magical philosophy. It's not even like a scientific philosophy. It's magic basically disguised as science, but it's like a negative magic. So instead of using magic to, create entities and like, cast spells, this is like in an RPG or like Dungeons and Dragons, it's like a mute spell where it's like you cast a spell onto your opponent so that they can't use any of their magical abilities. They can't shoot fireballs because you've essentially did a black energy curse that makes it. And that's kind of how their magic works. It's like they're using their materialist magic to basically fight against hermetic magic. And so I think it's important to also recognize that materialism is a lot more magical than it appears to be, albeit it's a kind of dark magic, but that kind of magical logic still applies, but just in a kind of a weird, like scientific lens. And it's more about asymmetry rather than symmetry. Because you think about a lot of like mysticism, it's about finding the symmetry in the universe, finding where, things are symmetrical and the fractals measure up. Whereas materialism, it's like the opposite. Where are things asymmetrical? Where are they, chaotic and random? And it's almost like there's like a weird, dark mysticism in that, and that people, it's almost like they kind of indulge the chaos and the oneness of like nihilism. So you could like oneness can also be applied in different ways. It's not just that it's like, good or bad that oneness, but there's also like light oneness and dark oneness. And I think maybe what I'm talking about is more of the dark kind, and maybe what you're talking about is more of the light kind. I don't know.
I think that's always, and this is what I'm getting at, is I think either path is itself dark if it's not tempered by the other one. It's like being a single parent is like, it's a heck of a dark path, challenging path for anyone, right? And being two parents means that like the load is shared. So in a sense, like that might be a weird kind of an analogy and a metaphor, but I think there's something to this, that the parents can be better when they can share the load, because one parent being both parents overwhelms that parent, and it's such a heavy burden to carry that parent then like stumbles under the load. Where if both parents are somehow in it, it's an optimal situation, because it gives the opportunity for each parent to have their individual space. Because when you've got a child, there is no space for individual, right? There's none. There's a child, like my boy, that's it. Like, he's overwhelming. I need to unplug from him. I really need to. His mom needs to unplug from him. But that way we get to sort of hopefully both be like hopefully the better part aspects of ourselves that we can. When I have issues with the way that she is, and she has issues with the way that I am, I tend to be a little more strict. I tend to like, these are the rules. That's how it is. That's how it is. That's how it is. But he's a boy, and I know him because he's like me, and I know what I was like. And the rules helped me as a child, as a boy, because as a boy we can be extremely destructive. It's part of the masculine energy to destroy. The same way that a woman can be extremely creative, right? The creative potential in a woman. And the destructive potential is what makes way for creativity. So you need the destruction and the creation to work. Otherwise, life doesn't work. Because if you don't have the microbes in the soil to eat the things that die, then nothing will grow.
So you need the microbes that will eat the things that die, and then the microbes that will support the things that live. And there has to be this balance between these two microbial environments. And if that balance isn't there, then we can't have. And Gaz, you were saying you don't know how we can live in this nightmare without explaining the nightmare the entire world's living in. You know, Gaz, I think that nightmare is the problem, you know, because we are all trapped in this sort of mental paradigm. And like the mare is the horse. From a shamanic perspective, the horse represents personal power and the expression of personal power, your own agency and your will. So we're living in a world where our personal power is inhibited. If I want to travel, I need a passport. If I want this, I need that document. If I want to do this, I need that. If I want to, you know, everything, all of our lives, we seem to be limited by external forces, everything, right? You can't just go into the wilderness and find a piece of land and start building yourself a place to live and start farming. Someone will come there and say, no, this is the nature reserve. You're not allowed to be here. You must get out of here, right? You can't just live on the land. You can't just travel the land and live off of the land. No, that's not allowed anymore. So our personal agency has been heavily restricted by this economic, social, legislative system that we've been sort of enslaved in. And it is a bit nightmarish, but on the upside, it's only a nightmare. It's only a nightmare. I mean, heck, it's a nightmare, but it's only a nightmare. I think like by keeping the balance, because we already know how screwed up things are, most of us that come here, right? I mean, we know that like our food's being poisoned, our, you know, laws are being changed, our rights are being dwindled away, our media is programming our brains, the technology is causing illnesses in our bodies and our minds, and the list just goes on. The best thing that we can do is to try and limit the harm that this society does to us and our kids, and try and eat as healthy as we can, try and be as self-sufficient as possible, try and keep your laptop as far away from you as possible. So my phone is an arm's length away from me, and my laptop is more than an arm's length away from me. So the technology is like over there, and I'm over here trying to keep myself out of that field, you know, the Wi-Fi field, and because that stuff's gonna cook my brain. I know it, and how much time I spend in front of it, you know. I'm lucky I do have a big flat screen, curved screen Samsung TV, so I can sit far away from my TV if I want to watch something. If I want to watch a YouTube video or something, I can sit far away on the other side of a room. So I try and stay as far away from the radiation as possible, but it's still going to affect us, right? We're still going to be affected. And as for water, try and drink natural water. I'm lucky my girlfriend lives in Constantia, and she's got really good water, way better than anything I can buy in the shop. Because the water comes out of the ground, and it's filtered by Table Mountain, which is clean. And they've got a filtration system. And luckily, it's coming through the Table Mountain water system. There's no pollution, there's no industry, there's nothing there. It comes straight from the mountain. It's clean. It's all one big nature reserve, that mountain. So that water then goes into plastic, and it doesn't stay in plastic for long. The bottles, like, I'm recycling them. So, you know, it's not like the bottles you buy in the shop where it's been in that plastic for 6 months or a year or whatever, sitting in the storeroom, dissolving plastic into your water. And the food, you know, I always buy whole food. So I buy whole vegetables, and I soak them, and I clean them, and I everything I make from scratch, and I try and buy better vegetables, try and buy better food, you know. I think that, you know, that's what I'm looking at when I look at this, Gaz. To respond to what you were saying, Gaz. Is there anything else you guys want to throw on the table before we wrap this up? Cosmic.
Nothing's coming
Indeed.
to mind at the moment.
Oh, something just came to mind. What you said, Cosmic, and that was like the fundamental thing about the principle of gender, was that how the materialism becomes a unity. And that's so on point, I think. Because the multiplicity of divisions and separations that we create ends up becoming so diverse that it becomes a singular entity field of reality. And that's what the principle of gender represents, is the coming together of that internal void's the wrong word, but that internal unified field of expression with the differentiations into a field of differentiation that's unified. And so that's what that principle represents, which is why I always think that we have to have both sort of elements in alignment in order to be like in alignment with the forces of life, and balance and harmony and all of that. And that balancing the polarities. There seems to be this thing about people having an issue with polarity as well. And I think like that's quite funny, because polarity is very much a part of life. You can't escape it, right? Like I'm sitting on a chair, right? There's a polarity between my butt and the chair, and the polarity between the chair and the earth, and polarity between everything that's happening. And so, we do tend to miss the point, I think, often when it comes to these things. And we don't always realize this, how important it is to appreciate the polarities of being, because I think it's when we appreciate the polarities of being that we're able to see that polarity working out through the field of gender, which is unifying those polarities into a unified field of matter. But in the process of that polarity being unified into a field of matter, we can see how that polarity came into being due to a field of correspondences that were expressing the concept of polarity between what is, was, and shall be, and what becomes the process of what was becoming what will be, as two distinct paradigms, which we call as above and so below. So that field of correspondence is the source of understanding that we can embrace of how the universe works. And once we are able to experience the process of that correspondence relating different aspects through the life that we live, that can become wisdom. So somehow bridging the gaps between the correspondence principle, the polarity principle, and finding its resolution within the principle of gender, we can see these three acts of polarity, which is the Trinity, right? 3 acts of polarity that are fundamentally bringing the principles into being. And the principles brought into being by these 3 acts of polarity is the principle of vibration that becomes rhythm, which is time. And so the rhythm of vibration is time. And that cause and effect is what manages all of the other structures that we're experiencing, which is a result of the rhythm of vibration being acted upon by those 3 principles. So cause and effect then becomes the fundamental, which is Mars, which is the mind, which brings us back full circle to the Mars table that we were looking at before, with the Mars table sitting with its most interesting 25 blocks with the number 13 in the center, right? Which we started off this discussion with. So anyway, I thought that's probably a good place to leave it. And if there's anything else you guys want to throw on before we say goodbye, now's the time to say the words.
Yeah, I wanted to say something before we go. I wanted to mention earlier we were talking about the sophists, and I learned one of their techniques that they use to sneakily change people's mind and turn their prerogatives around. And I feel like this is something people can use if they feel like they have really good intentions. They want to help other people that are struggling with something that's really detrimental to them. And it's hard to get them to change because our ego it was known as the inner dragon in alchemy. And the ego will block us from allowing ourselves to change. It's more easier to stay in denial and live in a toxic comfort zone that's familiar than it is to be willing to take a change that's going to make us do better and grow. So if you're trying to help somebody grow out of a toxic comfort zone, you see them dwindling and maybe hitting rock bottom, and they want to change, but they don't know how to do it. This is a technique that you can use, but only of the highest good, and you have good intentions in your heart and understanding from personal experience that this is going to be something that's going to help them. Would you want to use this? It's called Pyrrhonian skepticism. The idea is that if you see somebody that agrees with something that's not good for them, choose to join them in that agreement. Say that, yeah, I also value that. And then after you've taken their walls down and they're not being defensive, then you start to question the detriments of that way. Oh, yeah, I love this, but what do you do when this happens? I always hate when this goes wrong as a result of feeling this way. Well, how can we get over this? There might be a better way to do this. And it really actually works. And it's like very sneaky. So I would hope that nobody would ever use this to someone's detriment to take advantage of anyone. But Pyrrhonian skepticism can be a very powerful way to heal people and offer guidance for people that are too defensive. Their ego is blocking their growth. But also, finally, I wanted to mention that the masculine and feminine syzygy of being a parent together, it oftentimes, if you follow traditional values, and this could be the flip side for some people, that the mother will oftentimes have a hard time being a disciplinarian and coddle the child and let them do all these things that the father told them not to do. Sometimes that's an important thing where the kid can go to one and be able to do the wrong things, go to the other and learn discipline. Sometimes that can be valuable as well. But I think it'd be good for a mother to be able to be balanced and integrate the opposite gender principles of being able to be a disciplinarian sometimes, and at least go in line with what was laid down as the law of the house by the father, to be able to make sure that that child can learn how to not escape the discipline of being able to live by principles. Also, for the father, it's hard for the father sometimes to, as a strict disciplinarian or as a person that instills discipline, to be able to actually show their love and their compassion and their understanding and their care, because sometimes it takes away from their toughness and their intimidation that what if you don't follow this rule, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. But, it's good to say, you're doing the right thing. I really appreciate that you're following the rules today, and I love you and I'm proud of you. Say things like that instead of just being a tough, mean ass all the time can be good and help show the kid you have another side to you and that you're not just all grit and fury. So it can be good to be able to have more of a balanced, integrative way for both of the parents, although there is also a benefit to being on different sides a little bit too. So just having a little bit of balance, I think, in life. Like you guys say, extremes are not good necessarily. We want to have more balance in more different zones. And so the more balance can be, the better. I feel like balance yields harmony. So being able to be more flexible in life can give you the strength and power that you really need. And it's paradoxical that flexibility brings strength, but it really can. And I've had that experience in my life. So I'll leave you guys with that. Thank you. It's been a great show. Special thanks to Chaya in the chats, giving me some good input.
Yeah, thank you, dear brother Indy. Thank you, dear brother Cosmic. You guys have been awesome. They're blocking me.
What?
Oh, I managed to send it here. So Facebook blocked me from putting that link in the Facebook chat. But it seemed to come through here. There we go. You should be able to see on the board. So that's like one group. There's two groups. There's an esoteric group, but if you come there, then I'll actually share the esoteric group there as well. That's where Cosmic was having like a pretty cool conversation last night. I want to go and check the rest of that conversation because you guys were getting quite deep into it, which is what inspired this conversation in a sense. I don't know if you can see that, Cosmic. Can you see how your guys' conversation inspired this?
Oh, that's pretty cool.
A lot going on.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So thank you guys. Thank you, all of you. What's wrong with this? Oh, wrong mouse. This mouse. I got two mice here. The mice are like running around on my screen. So yeah, man, I'm sending you all much love. Thank you all in the group. I hope you guys had a good one. I enjoyed the conversation as always. I always tend to. If you missed it, there was a pretty cool conversation. When was it? When was the conversation? I just want to check and see. Ladies and gentlemen, when was that conversation? It was on Friday. I think it was a cool conversation. It was lucid dreams, astral and etheric projection. It was in a weird time. It just sort of felt like inspired, like that's a time to go on. So yeah, that was it's not such a long one. I think it's an hour and it's less than 2 hours. But yeah, so check it out. Hope you guys have an absolutely awesome day. Sending you big love and big blessings. And thank you guys. Till next time. What is that, dear brother?
This is King. He's a little movie star. I'm gonna bring him outside in the garden.
Oh,
He's a happy little guy.
is he alive? Is he an actual little guy, or is he a? He is. He's a little baby tortoise. Is that right?
Yeah, he's a snapping turtle.
Ah, I had a little baby tortoise, and he grew to be quite big, and then I took him back to the mountain when he was big enough, because he was really small, and I found him in the road, and I took him home, and he lived in my garden for about a year, right? And then after a year, he was way bigger, and then I took him back to the mountain because now he was like safe enough that he wouldn't, like a dog wouldn't just be able to necessarily just grab him and chew him up or something. I don't know. But it was fated. So managed to take him. I had to rescue him from my dogs a couple of times, but I'm quite sharp. I watch my dogs. I was like, hey, what you got there? Come here. No. That's not a toy. And then I put him back because I got quite a lot of foresty areas here around my garden, like trees and bushes, and where the dogs can't go, which is nice. It's a decent brush. But thank you all. It's been an absolutely awesome. Thank you, Gaz. Thank you, Hollowbone Hawk. Thank you, Chaya. Thank you, Vincent, and thank you everybody else that's been in the show and been part of the discussion, and obviously you guys on the panel. It's been an honor. Cosmic and Indy and everybody else, it's been an honor to just hang here with you guys and have a chat. Till next time, Om Namah Shivaya, Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Take care, keep smiling, and keep it sweet.
Mm-hmm.